Chapter 358. Chu Li bandaged his wound and returned to C.O. Shi's courtyard to keep watch. Shui followed him and brewed a cup of tea for him. She smiled. Master, you should go back and rest today. There won't be any more assassins, right? Chu Li smiled. That might not be the case. The assassins just arrived. The public house is at its most tense. Security is tight. Why would anyone come? Shui shook her head and smiled. There won't be such a stupid assassin. Young lady, that's interesting. I'm that stupid. A light laugh rang. The voice was soft and sweet, with a hint of crispness. It was strange and moving. Shui's expression changed immediately. She looked around. A white shadow floated into the courtyard like a snow-white feather. After she landed, she took a step forward lightly. It was as if the ground had shrunk to an inch. She crossed 10 meters and stood in front of Chu Li. A white robe covered her graceful figure. A white veil covered her face. Only a pair of clear eyes could be seen. Her eyes were like the autumn waters. It was captivating. What are you doing, Lady Lu? Chu Li put down his teacup and looked at her quietly. Lu Yurong said, I like to join in the fun. 2 groups of assassins came to kill Second Lady Co. Is she that hateful? Oh, it's all because of the first beauty of the Great Ji Dynasty, right? To be able to kill the first beauty of the Great Ji Dynasty, you'll be famous. Chu Li said, Lady Lu also wants to kill Second Lady Co. Sure? What do you think? Lu Yurong's eyes were cold. She scoffed. Our public houses are enemies. Of course, I want to kill her. Chu Li shook his head. Lady Lu, why are you here? To kill Second Lady Co. Sure. Lu Yurong said, killing her is a good thing. She did not wait for Chu Li to reply. She flew into the bedroom. Chu Li appeared in front of her in a flash. He pressed his palm forward. The palm energy was turbulent. I wanted to fight with you for a long time. Lu Yurong scoffed. Let's see what you're capable of. Lu Yurong had always wanted to find out the truth about Chu Li, but because Chu Li's light body technique was too strong and slippery, it was hard for her to really fight him. This time, he had to protect C.O. Shi, so he could fight to his heart's content. She wasn't afraid that he would run away. Bam, 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 bam. Lu Yurong's snow-white and flawless hands, which looked like they were carved out of white jade, struck out lightly, as if she was dancing, graceful and moving. However, the palm force he sent out was as turbulent as the waves. Their white robes fluttered as they collided with Chu Li's palm energy. Shueling stepped back involuntarily, as if she was being pushed by a huge wave. As Chu Li waved his palm, he was shocked. Lu Yurong's palm strength was strange and vigorous. If not for the life and death scripture, he was definitely not a match for him. The inner energy of the Empyrean fairy technique was extremely pure. It was completely different from ordinary inner energy, as if it was a completely different power that could not be assimilated. Fortunately, he had the heavenly demonic energy, which could not be dispelled by inner energy. The heavenly demonic energy leaped out and swallowed the inner energy of the Empyrean fairy power in one gulp, strengthening itself. As the two of them fought, the inner force of the Empyrean fairy power kept surging in, and the heavenly demonic chi kept growing. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of their palms colliding was getting louder and louder, like the beating of a military drum. Half of the prince's mansion could hear it. When Zheng Lide and Meng Ji heard the sound, they quickly ran over and saw the two of them fighting in the field. Lu Yurong. Zheng Lide's eyes widened as he shouted. Lu Yurong ignored him and started a fight. She had always relied on the Empyrean fairy power to win. Even if her cultivation level was not as high, she still had the upper hand because of the Empyrean fairy power. Moreover, her cultivation level was so high that it was better than those grandmasters who were almost 100 years old. However, she did not expect that she could not defeat Chu Li. Chu Li's palm energy was pure. His inner energy seemed to be endless. What made her even angrier was that he was not afraid of the inner energy of the Empyrean fairy power. After fighting for almost 50 palms, his inner energy did not seem to slow down at all. Chu Li, you do have some skills, Lu Yurong sneered. Let's stop here for today. I'll spar with you another day. Where are you going? Zheng Lide shouted in a deep voice, Lu Yurong, this is not the Ren public house. You can't just come and go as you please. After he said that, he swung his fist and rushed forward. Meng Ji did not say a word and rushed forward. Lu Yurong spun lightly. A white shadow flashed and appeared behind the two of them. Her jade-like hands lightly patted. The two of them were hit in the back and flew into the air with blood spurting out. Princeton appeared like a wisp of smoke and caught the two of them in the air. He slowly put them down and went to Lu Yurong. Lu Yurong, how dare you? Lu Yurong faintly glanced at him. Her eyes were as cold as ice. She sneered, Your Highness, you talk big. Why, has Your Highness's injury recovered? Prince N's face darkened and scoffed. It's just a small injury. It's not worth mentioning. Stubborn. If you want to recover, come and beg me. Lu Yurong lightly floated up and laughed in the air. Chuli, we'll talk about this later. I'll take my leave now. Chuli scoffed. Prince N's gloomy gaze looked over. Chuli closed fists saluted. Your Highness should know what kind of person Lu Yurong is. Prince N retracted his gaze. He naturally understood Lu Yurong's cunning. Lu Yurong's words obviously meant that she had bad intentions. She wanted to use him to get rid of Chu Li. You guys go. Prince N waved his hand and signaled Zheng Lide and Meng Ji to leave. The two grandmasters who stood at the entrance of the courtyard also left. Only Chu Li and Prince N were left in the courtyard. Xueling also returned to the house. Chu Li said, Your Highness, do you have any orders? It's about your position. Prince N muttered, You're a rank one. You can't always be without a position. Chu Li smiled. I wonder what position Your Highness is going to give me. I want to set up a new position in the imperial residence. Prince N said, The internal and external affairs of the general residence. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. The chief of the internal residence and the chief of the external residence. They each have their own duties. What's the use of the head chief? The chief of the two residences has too much power. Prince N shook his head. In recent years, I realized that they are not very obedient. I can't spare any energy to keep an eye on them. This head chief is in charge of the chief of the two residences. Chu Li said, Don't tell me I'm the first head chief. Prince N said faintly, As a rank one, you're the most suitable for this position. Moreover, the matters of the two residences are too trivial. You'll always be watching over the princess. You won't be able to be distracted. This position is the best. Chu Li smiled and nodded. Since it's your good intention, Your Highness, I'll do as you say. Prince N said, As the head chief, you'll be directly responsible to me. If the chief of the two residences has any problems, you can report directly to me. I'll personally handle it. Chu Li smiled and nodded. In the end, this head chief had no power at all. Even if he discovered that there was a problem with the chief of the two residences, he would have to report it to him. He had no right to ask whether or not they would handle it. It sounded nice, but it was just an empty position. However, to be able to speak so much to him calmly, this Prince N was really shrewd. Prince N stood up and said, It's not peaceful these days. I'll have to trouble you here with the princess. Your Highness, you're too kind. Chu Li closed fists saluted, This is my duty. Prince N waved his hand and left. Xueling came out of the house. Her face was tense. She scoffed, Head Chief. Chapter 359. Chu Li smiled. There's no rush. Xueling furrowed her brows. Master, His Royal Highness is too much of a bully. This position is only in name, but not in reality. Now everyone understands His Royal Highness' intention. I'm afraid. She shook her head as she spoke. She understood the mentality of the servants very well. They flattered the popular and trampled on the weak, afraid to fall behind. Once they realized that His Royal Highness did not value Master Shui, but was afraid of her, they would not be so intimate. They would probably avoid her, and some would even do some disgusting things. Chu Li said, Although this head chief doesn't have any real power, it's high enough. I can't control others, and others can't control me. This is enough. I'm afraid that the higher-ups will get me another person. That would be troublesome. This is already troublesome. Xueling sighed. Chu Li said, There are some who are blind. Let them understand what rank one is. Let me do it, Xueling said. Chu Li shook his head. As the two were talking, C.O. Shi's voice was heard. I want to go out. Lady C.O. Shi, come out for some fresh air. Chu Li said. Yang Su quickly said, Chief, Lady C.O. Shi's body is too weak. Can she really go out? Chu Li said, It's fine. It's good to get some fresh air. It's too boring to stay in the house all day. C.O. Shi scoffed. At least she has some conscience. Shui Ling brought out a low couch and helped C.O. Shi out with Yang Su. They carefully put her down and laid her down on the couch. The sun was bright and the air was fresh. C.O. Shi lazily laid on the couch. Her graceful figure was covered with a thin blanket. She sighed comfortably and took a deep breath. Her beautiful face showed an intoxicated expression. The outside is still the best. Chu Li smiled. Then come out and get some sun every day. That's more like it. C.O. Shi glared at him. Princeton said he got you ahead, Chief. He's very quick-witted. Chu Li smiled. He got me a nominal position. He knew that Prince and was forced to do so. A rank 1 scribe was not something that could be casually dealt with. It was also not something that could be easily dismissed by any position. It needed a position that corresponded to the rank. But the power of the interior chief was too great. Princeton would not be willing to give it to him. Thus, he thought ahead chief. Although he could not hide it from the people with discerning eyes, he could still shut everyone's mouths. There was nothing to say. Head chief. C.O. Shi shook her head and scoffed. Only he could think of that. Are you really going to deal with the stewards of the 2 manors? I don't have that much free time now, Chu Li said. Let's have some peace and quiet first. It's my first time here, so it's better to stay put. You want peace and quiet, but I'm afraid that Kingen won't let you. Xiao Shi scoffed. He can't wait to kill you right now. Shui Ling said softly. Master is guarding Lady Xiao. His Highness won't be able to send me on any errands, so there's no way to get someone else to do his dirty work. Xiao Shi rolled her eyes at her and scoffed. You're underestimating King and too much. Shui stuck out her tongue and did not say anything else. Chu Li sat by the stone table, flipping through a book while C.O. Shi lay on the bed. They squinted their eyes and basked in the sun. The two of them chatted casually while Shui and Yang Su stood at the side and listened. C.O. Shi soon became lethargic. Being exposed to the sun, she felt sleepy. Shui Ling and Yang Su helped her back, and she quickly fell asleep. With Chu Li watching over her, she felt at ease and fell asleep easily. Chu Li sat by the stone table alone, reading a book with great interest. The Imperial Residence's book collection was better than the High Duke's public house. There were many unique and secret books that opened his eyes. Suddenly, footsteps were heard. Lung Xiao in a light green gown entered the courtyard with a maid. When she saw Chu Li, her eyes lit up, and she quickly walked towards him. Lung Xiao was 14 or 15 years old. She was beautiful and pure with a well-proportioned body. She would definitely be a beauty in the future, even more beautiful than her mother, Shui Ningyu. Chu Li closed fists, saluted, and smiled. Is Lady Qiu looking for the princess? She's already asleep. Lung Qiu shook her head and looked at him. I'm not looking for Princess Xiu. I'm looking for you. Chu Li smiled. Looking for me? Lung Qiu sat opposite him, her bright eyes sizing him up. Many people have told me this. A lot of people told me to stay away from you, saying that you're a killer. Chu Li laughed. Then why did Lady Qiu come over? Lung Qiu said, Li Guwei said that your martial arts is powerful and that you're the #1 master in the Imperial Residence. I don't deserve that. Chu Li waved his hand. The #1 master in the Imperial Residence. I'm still young. How can I have such a reputation? Li Guwei is trying to harm me. Li Guwei wouldn't lie to me. Your martial arts must be very powerful. Lung Qiu stared at him. Chu Li smiled. He might have been deceived too. I'm still young. How can I compare to those seniors who have been cultivating for many years? That's not necessarily true. You sound like you're coaxing a child. I'm not young anymore. I understand that martial arts has nothing to do with age. Some people train hard, and they're still an acquired master. You only train for 2 years, and you're already a grandmaster. Lung Qiu scoffed. Chu Li said, Commander Zheng's martial arts is very powerful. The most powerful one is His Royal Highness. Li Guwei said that your martial arts is better than Commander Zheng's. Lung Xiao said. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. Lung Xiao said, "Why are you a killer?" Chu Li smiled. "Maybe I've killed too many people." "What kind of people did you kill? Are they evil people?" Chu Li said. His Royal Highness was on his way to fetch the bride. He was attacked by 10 grandmasters. I used the masters of the House of High Dukes to kill the 10 grandmasters. That's why everyone thinks that I'm bloodthirsty. Is that so? Lung Xiao smiled. That's not a killer. There were only 10 of them. Chu Li said, "Everyone's spreading rumors. They might have exaggerated it. What does Lady Qiu need a master for?" "For next month's hunting activity." Lung Xiao curled her lips and said, "I want to bring an expert to protect me and make myself look mighty." Chu Li raised his eyebrows. "Is the hunt dangerous?" "There's no danger in the hunt. It's just that some people are annoying," Lung Xiao scoffed. "They just have to find trouble with me. The last few masters I brought were all defeated by them." Chu Li smiled. "There's an assassin with the princess. I can't leave. I can't help even if I wanted to." He suddenly realized that it was about fighting for wind. "You can let the princess tag along. She'll be able to ride a horse next month, right?" Lung Xiao said. "I'm afraid not." "Then let's take a sedan. The hunt is very lively. People from all the imperial residences will come out." Lung Xiao said. Chu Li thought about it and shook his head. "I'm afraid the princess's body can't take it. She won't be able to join in the fun." "That's a pity. It's very fun." Lung Xiao's pure face showed a regretful expression. "How many hunts like this are there in a year?" Chu Li asked. "Once a month," Lung Xiao said. "There's no hurry. There's still a long way to go." Chu Li smiled. Lung Xiao tilted her head. "Chief Chu, how did you cultivate such powerful martial arts?" Chu Li was about to speak when he suddenly turned his head to look at the top of the wall. A tall and fat figure glided over. It flew over the top of the wall and rushed over. The tall and fat figure was as light as a feather. It gave off a strange impact and was unforgettable. Chu Li stood in front of Lung Xiao and unsheathed his sword. The tall and fat man was dressed in a gray outfit. He covered his face with a black cloth, revealing only a pair of large eyes that were like copper bells. They were cold as they glared at Chu Li. Chapter 360. Chu Li dodged to the side and took a step back. He scoffed. "Who are you?" "The person who will take your life." The tall and fat man raised his knife and waved it twice as if to demonstrate his power. He laughed sinisterly. "Young man, die." Chu Li frowned as he felt the man's killing intent. Lung Xiao shrank behind the stone table and looked at Chu Li worriedly. She shouted, "Hey, fatty, are you an assassin?" "Of course I'm an assassin." The tall and fat man scoffed. "I heard that Chu Li is powerful. I want to see." Chu Li said, "You're not an assassin, are you?" I am an assassin. Watch my blade." The tall and fat man laughed and swung his knife. The long knife turned into streaks of silver light that slashed at Chu Li. Each strike was aimed at Chu Li's vital points. Chu Li gently dodged to the side and finally retreated to the stone table. He said, "Stop. Die." The tall and fat man roared and swung his knife down. Chi! Chu Li dodged to the side, and the long knife fell on the stone table. The stone table was split in half like tofu. Lung Xiao, who was hiding behind the stone table, screamed in shock. Chu Li scoffed. "If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless." He flashed behind the tall and fat man and threw a flying knife. Woo! The flying knife whistled strangely. The tall and fat man twisted his body strangely. His speed was surprisingly fast, but the long knife was even faster. Ding! The flying knife was knocked away. The tall and fat man laughed. "You have such a great reputation, and this is all you've got? What flying knife? It's just tickling." Chu Li frowned. He did not expect the tall and fat man to be so fast. He actually managed to hit his flying knife. It seemed like he came prepared. Chi-chi! He threw a flying knife from both hands at an even faster speed. The tall and fat man swung his knife again. The knife seemed slow and could be seen clearly, but it accurately hit the two flying knives. Ding-ding! Two crisp sounds were heard as the flying knives were deflected. 3 exquisite flying daggers landed in front of Lung Xiao. She bent down to pick them up. She looked at them curiously. Under the sunlight, the flying dagger shone with a cold light. There were faint patterns on it, and it was obvious that it was a weapon. If he was really shot, it would definitely be a bloody hole. Chuli scoffed. Great blade technique. Hee hee, it's nothing great. It's just fast. The tall and fat man chuckled and said proudly, Chuli, what other abilities do you have? Show them, or I'll kill you with one slash. That won't be satisfying. Chuli calmly said, You're not an assassin. You're here specifically to deal with me, right? What do you mean? The tall and fat man shook his head and laughed. If I want to assassinate the little beauty inside, I'll have to deal with you first. Don't worry. I'll make you a pair of lovebirds that share the same fate. Chuli narrowed his eyes and asked, Who sent you here? You don't need to know that. The tall and fat man waved his hand. He took a step forward and stood in front of Chuli, wielding his blade at lightning speed. Take this. Chuli dodged to the side. Looks like someone I know. Die. The tall and fat man scoffed and swung his blade at lightning speed. Chuli's body technique was even faster, always able to dodge. The tall and fat man was so angry that he screamed. The long blade became faster and faster. In the end, the blade could no longer be seen, only a faint light that enveloped Chuli. Chuli suddenly unsheathed his sword. Ding! The long blade collided with the modesty sword. The clear sound made Lung Chio's heart tremble. She quickly covered her ears. Chuli's modesty sword turned into a dark light that was faster than the long blade. Ding, 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 ding. The blade and the sword clashed continuously. Chuli realized that this man's strength was extremely strong, not inferior to his own. It seemed that he was born with divine strength, and his inner energy was shockingly thick. This was a gifted person, enough to make ordinary people envious and jealous. Ha! The tall and fat man roared in anger. The light of his blade exploded and shook off the modesty sword. It went straight for Chuli's chest. Chuli flashed behind him, and with a flash of the sword, he had already stabbed his back. Ding! The long blade swung back and hit the long sword. Chuli frowned. His sword had already stabbed the tall and fat man's body, but it was first blocked by an invisible inner energy and then by the man's body. Only then did he get hit by the long blade. He deduced that this tall and fat man was also a torso cultivator, and he had a profound torso cultivation technique. Your skin is really thick. Chuli scoffed. The tall and fat man laughed proudly. Even if I stand here and let you stab me, you won't be able to pierce me. So don't waste your energy. Let me kill you. Chuli said, What torso cultivation technique is this? Do you think I'm stupid enough to tell you? The tall and fat man sneered. Watch my blade. He was embarrassed and in anger. At that time, he boasted that he must kill Chuli with his blade. He did not expect this brat to be so slippery. He relied on his fast blade and his invulnerability, which was not inferior to the Tempest Temple's sentient menace, but he still could not take down this brat. Chuli muttered to himself, Internal armor technique. He had never heard of this torso cultivation technique. Looking at this tall and fat man's cultivation level, it was really rare that he could withstand a blow from a grandmaster. Although Chuli's sentient menace was profound, he had never been able to cultivate it to a higher level. In comparison, it was not as good as his internal armor technique. The tall and fat man slashed again and again, each slash faster than the last. Chuli held his sword and moved, always able to avoid the long blade. Lung Xiao's eyes widened as she watched Chuli's white robe fluttering in the wind. Eat another one of my blades. The tall and fat man roared. The long blade suddenly lit up, as if the sun's rays had gathered on the blade. The blade could not be seen clearly, only a dazzling white light. Chi! The blade slashed across, and the sound of ripping cloth was heard, as if the air was being cut apart. The tall and fat man smiled in satisfaction. With this blade, no matter how powerful the master was, he would be killed, hence the name God Vanquishing Blade. The smile on his face suddenly froze, and he looked down at his chest. Chuli slowly pulled out the modesty sword and shook his head. It would have been better if this Zhu Tianshou did not use this blade. After this blade was used, his body was empty for a moment, giving him a chance. "Stay your hand." Prince En's shout came from afar. Chuli did not seem to hear him. The modesty sword slashed again, and the tall and fat man, Zhu Tianshou's head flew up. "Stop!" Prince En's exasperated voice was in front of him. "Ah!" Lung Xiu screamed and immediately fainted, falling under the stone table. Chuli turned his head to look at Prince En, who was rushing over, and closed fist saluted. "Your Highness, don't worry. The assassin has been eliminated." You. Prince En's eyes were spitting fire as he glared at him. His gloomy face was filled with murderous intent. He clenched his fists so tightly that the veins were bulging, as if he was about to make a move. Zheng Lide and Meng Ji also rushed over. Chuli looked at Prince En in shock. "Your Royal Highness, did I kill the wrong person?" Prince En clenched his teeth and sneered. Good. Chuli, good move." Chapter 361. Chuli maintained his surprised expression. "Your Royal Highness, I don't understand what you're saying. What trick?" With the omniscient mirror, he had long noticed that King En had been spying from afar. He turned his head to look at Zheng Lide and Meng Ji, frowning as he said, "Commander Zheng, Deputy Commander Meng, I think the two of you should just go back and retire. You've allowed such an assassin to come here openly again, and after fighting for so long, no one actually came to check." Zheng Lide and Meng Ji's expressions were unpleasant. They only lowered their heads and said nothing. Chuli scoffed. "I'm curious. Is the lady so unimportant? You know that there are martial artists who want to assassinate her, but you don't send more martial artists to guard her. Instead, you open the door and put all the burden on me? Could it be that you want to take this opportunity to kill us?" Zheng Lide closed fist saluted and sighed. "Head Chief, I am useless and really have no manpower to send. His Highness, Princess Song, and Princess Shui all need manpower. Princess Consort has Head Chief on her side. Head Chief's martial arts are outstanding, so we can be assured." Chuli laughed coldly. "Relax. If something really goes wrong, who can bear the responsibility?" He turned his head and cupped his fists, saying, "Your Highness, this one has an idea. Is Miss Chiu all right?" Prince En was helping Lung Chiu up and felt her pulse. She had only fainted from the shock. It was nothing serious. She would be fine after taking some calming medicine. He fainted from fright. "It's no big deal. What's the plan?" He glared at Chu Li coldly. He wanted nothing more than to pull out his sword and chop Chu Li into minced meat, but he held himself back. His gloomy expression returned to normal. "Tell me about it. I'm sure the head chief's idea is brilliant." Chu Li said, "Since we're short on manpower, why don't we ask the Imperial House protectors for help?" King En's expression changed slightly. He shook his head. "The Imperial House doesn't have enough manpower either. It's best if we don't disturb my mother." Since Su Ning was not by his side, Chu Li could read his mind. King En would never hire the protectors from the Imperial House. Firstly, he did not want the Emperor to think that he was not capable enough. Secondly, he did not want the protectors from the Imperial House to enter the residence. He did not want the Emperor to find out what he had done and expose his ambition. Chu Li replied, "How can the Imperial House protectors lack manpower? Since that's the case, there's only one other option." "Speak," King En said faintly. Chu Li said, "Move the three princesses together." He asked Princess Song and Princess Shui to move over. In this way, the guards of the prince's mansion would not be scattered, and there would be more martial arts masters coming over. Of course not. King En furrowed his brows as he looked at him. This suggestion seemed to be good at first glance, but he couldn't delve too deeply into it. The Precious Light Court and Xuanji Court were very far away from each other because they didn't want them to be together. Yet, he suggested that the three of them should be together. He was thinking that the prince's mansion was not chaotic enough and had sinister intentions. Putting the three women together, it was not hard to guess that there would be chaos and the entire prince's mansion would not have peace. At that time, he would become a laughingstock, and he would become the laughingstock of the divine capital. His reputation would be ruined in an instant, and his great plan would be ruined. If he became the emperor, his family would not be at peace. How could the harem be peaceful? How could the world be peaceful? Zheng Lide hurriedly said, Your Highness, this is a good idea. Meng Ji nodded hurriedly. Yes, this will solve the problem of manpower. They had thought of this idea a long time ago, but they did not dare to mention it. His Royal Highness was so smart, he must have thought of it too, but he did not mention it. That meant he did not like it. If they mentioned it, they would be hated by His Royal Highness. Under such circumstances, if they made His Royal Highness unhappy, they would be tired of living. Chu Li's words made them excited. Finally, someone suggested it. Divide the manpower into two groups. One group from King An's side, and one group from the three princesses' side. Even if more martial arts masters came in, they would be able to handle it without any mistakes. No matter what, as long as they could prevent the assassins from succeeding. Then as the commander, he would not be responsible. The consecutive assassinations had left them badly battered, and they could not raise their heads in the prince's mansion. None of the princesses had a good expression on their faces, and even the servants were somewhat rude. They had enough of being looked down upon. Chu Li smiled as he looked at King An. Your Highness, if this goes on, our prince's mansion will really become a joke. Let's put the rest aside for now, and solve the problem of the assassins. Endless assassins, how do we solve it? Kill, Chu Li said in a deep voice. As long as we gather our manpower, they will not be defeated one by one. The assassins will not be able to return. If one comes, we will kill one. If two come, we will kill two. Just like this guy. He pointed at Zhu Tianshou, who was on the ground, and scoffed. If we don't kill him, we won't be able to establish our prestige. Grandmasters are the foundation of every faction. If a few of them die, I don't believe that the other martial arts factions will dare to come and die. King An coldly stared at Chu Li. He suspected that Chu Li had already seen through Zhu Tianshou's identity, and even after he shouted, he still wanted to kill him and completely cut off Zhu Tianshou's path of survival. Chu Li was trying to show off his prestige. Zhu Tianshou had a special skill. He was fast, strong, and had parallel martial arts, which was perfect to restrain Chu Li. There was a high chance that he could kill Chu Li. He paid a huge price to recruit him. He originally planned to let Zhu Tianshou kill Chu Li in the name of an assassin. If he really could not defeat Chu Li, he would also appear on the spot to stop Chu Li from killing him. He said that he wanted to test Zhu Tianshou's martial arts. He never thought that the situation would change so quickly. Zhu Tianshou originally had the upper hand, but in the blink of an eye, he had already been stabbed. Just as he opened his mouth, Chu Li's second sword came. There was no saving him. Although Chu Li did not get anything out of him, with his intelligence, he might be able to find out that something was wrong. He would then kill Zhu Tianshou to teach himself a lesson. Thinking about this, King An clenched his teeth. His intention to kill Chu Li was even stronger. The imperial residence was his territory. It was not difficult to kill him. If one plan did not work, there were still other ways. He could not let him live. Zheng lied and Meng Ji nodded. Your Royal Highness, the head chief's idea is feasible. Zheng lied said in a deep voice. Please move the two princesses to Tianshu courtyard. Nonsense. King An scoffed in a deep voice. Chu Li said, how can the two princesses condescend to Tianshu courtyard? Why not let the two princesses stay in the courtyard beside mine? They can take care of each other. That works too, Zheng lied said hurriedly. King An looked at Chu Li calmly. You mean let Princess Shui and Princess Song stay on your west side? Chu Li smiled. Of course I can't let the two princesses stay on my west side. I will naturally stay on the two princesses' west side. Although this is a little overstepping for the safety of the princesses, this is the only way. King An said lightly. If the three princesses start arguing, can you stop it? That depends on your ability, Your Royal Highness, Chu Li smiled. Your Royal Highness. Zheng lied and Meng Ji bowed and closed fist saluted. King An glanced at the three of them. He rubbed the area between his eyebrows. Princess Song was soft on the outside, but tough on the inside. Princess Shui was tough and shrewd. None of them were easy to convince. It would take a lot of persuasion. He really did not want to use his energy to deal with women. This Chu Li. How about this? King An said lightly, Since the idea was Chu Li's, then let Chu Li do it. The matter of convincing the two princesses will be left to you, Chu Li. Chu Li hurriedly said, Your Royal Highness, I have to stay by Lady Zhao's side. I really have no time to spare. They will still come to visit concubine Xiao. You just need to take the opportunity to convince them. That's all. He turned around and carried Lung Xiu away. Zheng Lide and Meng Ji were not in a hurry to follow. Someone had already come over to clean the courtyard and get rid of the smell of blood. The two of them closed fists saluted and thanked Chu Li. Within the imperial residence, Chu Li was the only one who dared to suggest this. He was rank 1. He had enough confidence to go against the Royal Highness. But the two of them could not. If the Royal Highness had any bad intentions, he could dismiss them or even kill them. Chu Li said, Commanders, the one I killed just now, was he a martial arts master that the Royal Highness gathered? About that, the two of them looked hesitant. They shook their heads helplessly and smiled bitterly. Chu Li nodded, I understand. I won't send you off then. Chapter 362. Lung Xiu screamed and sat up straight. Xuan Yu, who was guarding by her bedside, was startled. She saw Lung Xiu's pale face and was drenched in cold sweat. She quickly took out a silk handkerchief from her sleeve and wiped her forehead. Don't be afraid. Mother is here. Lung Xiu stared blankly at the window. Xuan Yu quickly patted her innocent little face. Xiu. Lung Xiu snapped back to reality and looked at Xuan Yu. Mother. Xiu, mother is here. Xuan Yu quickly patted her back. Are you scared? Mom, it's too scary. Lung Xiu fiercely grabbed Xuan Yu's hand and held it tightly. She trembled slightly. It's too scary. Xiu, you went to Princess Xiu's side, didn't you? Xuan Yu said snappily. Didn't I tell you not to go there? Mother, an assassin came to the Tianshu courtyard today. His martial arts skills are very high. Lung Xiu said. In the end, he was killed by Xiao Li. It's really scary. It's just killing an assassin. What's there to be afraid of? Xuan Yu said snappily. It's not like I've never seen dead people before. Lung Xiu shook her head and said, Chu Li chopped off the assassin's head with one slash. This is really, as she said this, her face turned pale. Xuan Yu frowned and pondered. Mother. Lung Xiu saw that her mother was in a daze instead of comforting her. She shook her mother's arm in dissatisfaction. Mother. Xuan Yu came back to her senses. She shook her head and said, You little girl, you're really bold. That killer, stay far away from him. Don't provoke him. He's quite kind, but he's scary when he kills people. Lung Xiu scoffed in dissatisfaction. Seeing that Xuan Yu was deep in thought again, he shouted in dissatisfaction, Mother, what are you thinking about? I'm thinking about that assassin. Xuan Yu said, Don't you think that assassin is a little strange? Monster? Lung Xiu tilted her head and thought about it. It's a little strange. He's tall and fat, but he's so agile and fast. If it weren't for Chu Li's powerful martial arts, he would have killed him. Xuan Yu's sweet face was in deep thought. In the past, whenever Chu Li encountered an assassin, he would just kill him. Is there such a brutal killing technique? Cold Autumn shook his head. Xuan Yu said, There's something wrong with this person's identity. Forget it, there's no point in thinking about this. I have to go thank Chu Li. I saved you again. Lung Xiu said, I'm not going. You. Xuan Yu shook her head and said, You've been spoiled since you were young. Mother, I want Chu Li to be my protector during the hunting ceremony, Lung Xiu said. He wants to protect Princess Xiu. Xuan Yu said, How could he agree to it? Just give up and drink this medicine. I'll be fine after a nap. She took the bowl of medicine from the maid and coaxed Lung Xiu to drink it. When Lung Xiu slowly fell asleep, she left the precious light courtyard and came to the Tianshu courtyard. Xuan Yu came to Tianshu courtyard and visited Xiu Shi. Then, she came out to talk to Chu Li. She first thanked Chu Li for saving her life and for protecting Lung Xiu. Although he had given her quite a fright, he had saved her life again. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. He brought up the idea of letting them move in for a while. Head Chief, this is definitely not what His Royal Highness said. Xuanning smiled sweetly and pursed her lips. His Royal Highness is most afraid of us getting together. Whose idea was it? Chu smiled. It was me. Xuanning stopped smiling. If it was someone else, I wouldn't care. But since it's you, head chief, I have to consider it. What condition does the princess have? Chu asked. Xuanning looked sweet and charming. She was straightforward and bold, but she was an extremely smart person. I hope you can accompany Chiu to the hunting ceremony next month, Xuanning said. Chu sighed. Princess, why should we care about the children's play? To you, it's a child's play, but to me, it's not. Xuanning shook her head and smiled. The adults always think that these small matters are not worth mentioning. They don't know that to Chiu, it's more important than anything else. I've been through it. I know how it feels. Chu thought about it and nodded. All right, I agree. Xuanning smiled. Only the head chief would dare to bring up this idea. But I didn't dare to say it out of fear of offending Wang Ye. I'm very happy that you're thinking of the Wangfu. Chu shook his head. My rank is too high. I'm an eyesore to His Royal Highness, but His Royal Highness isn't happy about it. Xuanning waved her hand and chuckled. His Royal Highness has always thought highly of himself. Now that a first-grade martial artist has popped up all of a sudden, he's definitely not used to being able to speak to him on equal footing. He'll get used to it slowly. Head chief, don't be anxious. I hope so. Chu smiled. Xuanning pursed her lips and smiled. Head chief, you are indeed smarter than others. By staying by Princess Sio's side, you're actually avoiding her so that Royal Highness can slowly get used to it. You're indeed smart. Chu shook his head. It's just a stroke of luck. There's so many assassins. If she relied on the protectors of the imperial residence, the lady would have lost her life long ago. The one from yesterday was very powerful. That's true. Xuanning jade face darkened and scoffed. I said to get some protectors for my house, but the Royal Highness didn't agree. Chu said, the reputation of the imperial residence is more important. Men are all the same. Xuanning said snappily. Is your reputation more important, or our lives more important? Chu quickly nodded. Princess Shui really dared to say such things. How could she say such things to him? Xuanning scoffed and said, all right, I will move over tomorrow. Which courtyard? The second one on the west, how about it? The first one is reserved for Princess Song, right? Xuanning scoffed. Chu smiled embarrassedly. Chu, you keep doing these things that offend people. It is not the way of life. Xuanning shook her head and smiled as she left. Chu sighed. This princess, Shui, really could not be underestimated. Her ability to win people's hearts was extremely powerful. Not long after Xuanning left, Song Luiying appeared. After Chu told her about the matter, Song Luiying's slender eyebrows frowned slightly. She remained silent. Chu said, Princess Song, I don't think she will stay for long. Princess Shui has already agreed to move over to the second room on the west. She agreed? Song Luiying said faintly. That's rare. Chu smiled and said, the two princesses are reasonable people. They also know the difficulties in the imperial residence. There is indeed a lack of manpower. If they split up, everyone will be in danger. Although the assassin's target is the lady, it is hard to avoid the thought of taking advantage of the situation. All right, Song Luiying said. I will move over tomorrow. I heard that you killed another assassin? Yes, Chu said. When the three princesses gather together, there will be no need to be afraid of assassins. I hope so. Song Luiying said faintly and left gracefully. Chu watched her leave and let out a long sigh of relief. If he did not use the omniscient mirror to see through their thoughts and grasp their weaknesses, he would not have been able to convince them so easily. Both of them were extremely intelligent women. Such women were the most difficult to deal with. The next morning, Chu had not even woken up to cultivate when he heard the commotion outside. There were endless shouts. Two groups of people were moving things. It seemed like they were competing to be louder. Chu knew that the two princesses had started to move, so he went to Xiao Shi's courtyard. The courtyard was bustling. Xiao Shi was lying on the bed. Song Luiying and Xuanning were beside her talking. Lung Xiao and Lung Qing were huddled together and whispering. Seeing Chu enter, Lung Xiao shrunk her neck. Chu smiled and nodded at her. Her pure face turned pale, and she quickly looked away. Chapter 363. Head Chief, did I disturb you? Yu smiled. Those people are so noisy when they do some work. They put all their energy into their throats. Chu closed fists, saluted, and smiled. Princesses, why are you here so early? Song Luiying nodded slightly as a form of greeting. Yu said, it's not early anymore. What about you? Head Chief, did you not sleep last night? Chu shook his head. I went back to sleep when it was almost dawn. Sigh. Yu sighed. It must have been hard on you to keep watch for the whole night. It's better today. I have already asked Commander Zheng to come over. He will allocate the manpower properly. You don't have to worry anymore. Chu smiled. Where is Commander Zheng? He will be here soon, Yu said. As they were talking, Zheng Lide strode in and closed fists saluted. Princess CEO, Princess Song, Princess Shui, Head Chief. Chu waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for formalities. Zheng Lide was in high spirits. It was obvious that he was in a good mood. Yu said, Commander Zheng, you came at the right time. Are the protectors here? Reporting to Princess Shui, Zheng Lide smiled. Zheng Lide smiled and said, the protectors will be here soon. There are 6 grandmasters. Even if the assassins come again, they will not disturb the 3 princesses' conversation. 6. Yu nodded. That's not a small number. What about the Royal Highness? There are 8 on the Royal Highness side, Zheng Lide said. Yu smiled. Not bad. I can finally be at ease. If 6 grandmasters can't stop them, then there's no other way. Zheng Lide laughed. Princess Shui, don't worry. We can definitely stop them this time. If I don't believe you now, Yu said impatiently. You said you could stop them the last 2 times. In the end, if you really could, you wouldn't have to do it yourself. Zheng Lide suddenly felt awkward. He chuckled and lowered his head. Song Luiying said, All right, Commander Zheng, you can go now. Our safety depends on you. Don't be careless. Yes, don't worry, princesses. Zheng Lide felt as if he was granted amnesty. He quickly left. Song Luiying glared at Yu. Why are you making things difficult for him? It's not like he was the one who let the assassin escape. Incompetent. Yu scoffed in annoyance. If it's like this, how many innocent soldiers will die because of it? It's better if you put away your leading act. Song Luiying said calmly. Yu smiled and said, Sister Song, you can't just blindly be kind. I'm not afraid. If you're not afraid, you won't work hard. Look at old Zheng. He's a wily old fox with a face as thick as a city wall. You can scold him all you want, but he won't take it to heart. He won't care about anything. I think he is sincere. Song Luiying said lightly. It's just that he is not capable enough. After all, the public house does not have enough manpower. Then why didn't you suggest this earlier? Yu scoffed. He did not dare to go against the Royal Highness's wishes. He did not take responsibility at all, and even needed the head chief to suggest it. How useless. It's not like you don't know the Royal Highness's temper. Even if we brought it up, the Royal Highness would still fall out with us. Song Luiying shook her head. Old Zheng did not dare to mention it. It's nothing. Chu smiled. The Royal Highness did fall out with me, but because of the princess, he did not say anything harsh. It's inevitable to be left out. We will persuade the Royal Highness. It'll be fine after a while. Song Luiying smiled. The Royal Highness is benevolent. He can understand the head chief's efforts. Chu closed fists saluted. Thank you, princesses. Yu laughed. Sister Song, why are we pleading? With Sister Co here, the head chief will be fine. Co sure smiled. Sister Shui, you're wrong. My words are not as effective as the 2 of you. I won't be able to see the Royal Highness all day long. Sigh. The Royal Highness is in a terrible fix, Song Luiying sighed. It was supposed to be a joyous day, but the fairy's capital has not been peaceful. There's a group of human traffickers running amok. Many children of officials' families have been kidnapped. We haven't seen them until now. This has nothing to do with the Royal Highness, right? Co sure frowned. Song Luiying said, The Royal Highness hold a position in the prefectural magistrate of the fairy's capital. Although it's only a half-rank official, he still has responsibilities. Human traffickers? CO Shure's face darkened. How inhumane. They deserve to die. These people also know they deserve to die, so they're unusually cautious, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Until now, there are no clues. Song Luiying said lightly. The chancellors are full of complaints. If the case can't be solved, I think the Royal Highness position in the prefectural magistrate of the fairies' capital will be gone. According to the Great Ji dynasty's rules, even the prince could not stay aloof and ignore the affairs of the court. The imperial court did not raise useless people. The prince could not suddenly obtain a high position. He had to be promoted like a normal official, unless he inherited the throne and ascended to heaven in one step, or else he could only rise bit by bit. The title of nobility was bestowed by the imperial family, but the official position was earned by himself. Prince An was smart and capable. He was already promoted to rank 4 at a young age. He held a position in the prefectural magistrate of the fairies' capital, responsible for the security of the fairies' capital. However, Prince Jing, who had the highest hopes of inheriting the throne, was younger than Prince An, but was already a rank 2 official. He was a capable minister, far surpassing Prince An. At this moment, a maid suddenly reported from outside. Princess, the eldest master sent someone over. Song Luiying frowned at her own maid. What's the matter? The maid said softly. It seems that the eldest master's young master got lost. Song Luiying's expression changed. She stood up abruptly. Lost? The maid nodded carefully. She reported softly. Should we let him come? Quick, let him in. Song Luiying said hurriedly. Xuanning Yu and CO Shure's expressions turned serious. Something happened to Song Luiying's maiden family. A middle-aged man came in with a sullen face. His steps were steady and calm. He closed fists, saluted. Greetings, lady. Song Luiying took a deep breath. Uncle Sun, what's going on? The middle-aged man sighed. The young master went shopping last night. He brought 2 protectors and 2 maids. In the end, they were stolen. Song Luiying scoffed. What about the 2 protectors? They're fine. They're locked up. I heard that they were surrounded by 4 masters. They sealed their mute acupuncture points. Then they carried the young master away. The middle-aged man shook his head. By the time their acupuncture points were unsealed, they were long gone. Didn't I send a letter back, telling them not to go out for a while? Song Luiying's slender eyebrows raised. Her phoenix eyes were filled with anger. The middle-aged man said calmly, the protectors couldn't hold the young master down. Lady knows about the young master's temper. Other than the eldest master, no one can control him. Song Luiying's steps were light. She paced around. When did this happen? Last night, the middle-aged man said. Because it was late at night, we didn't disturb lady. Look at the time, still not disturbing. Song Luiying said hatefully. Does the Royal Highness know? I've already informed the Royal Highness, the middle-aged man said. Xuanning Yu scoffed. If the Royal Highness had a way, he would have caught them a long time ago. Song Luiying turned her head and stared at her. Xuanning Yu showed a regretful expression. Sister Song, now that things have come to this, we can only pray for God's blessing. It must be those guys again. Song Luiying said anxiously, I don't need you to say that. Xuanning Yu did not contradict her. She shook her head and sighed. She looked at Lung Qiu, who was sitting on the other side. Chapter 364. Song Luiying could no longer maintain her usual calmness and gentleness as she paced back and forth. CO Shure glanced at Chu Li. Chu Li was deep in thought. Anyone with the slightest bit of insight could tell that something wasn't right about him being able to run amok in the divine capital for so long. The waters were deep, and it wasn't a good idea to get involved. However, this matter involved Princess Song, and he could not just stand by and watch. Little Ya, go ask His Royal Highness if there's any news. Song Luiying paced a few steps and waved her hand. Xuanning Yu said, Sister Song, there's no need. If His Highness really had news, how could he hide it from you? He would have sent someone to inform you. There shouldn't be any news. Song Luiying slapped her forehead. She had really lost her composure. However, he was too worried and couldn't calm down and think about it. His nephew was the only son of the Song family. If he was really kidnapped, then the Song family would have no descendants. If she couldn't protect the Song family, then what was the point of being a princess? Sister Song, don't worry. Seosher's calm voice rang. There will always be a way. If there really was a way, someone would have caught them long ago. Song Luiying shook her head and sighed. Could this be God's will? Do you really want to end our Song family's lineage? Chu, you're really good at keeping your cool, Seosher said snappily. Hurry up. Chu shook his head helplessly. My lady, to be able to move about freely in the fairy's capital and remain safe and sound, would the Royal Highness dare to provoke such a force? Do you dare or not? You've already provoked us. Seosher said snappily. Does the Royal Highness want to hide his head and pretend he didn't see it? Song Luiying and Xuanning Yu turned to look at the two of them. Lung Xiao and Lung Qing also looked over. Xiaoshi said, other than the two sisters, everyone else get out. Get out, get out. Song Luiying and Xuanning Yu quickly waved their hands and stared at Seosher. The maids quietly left the courtyard, leaving only Chu Li, Lung Xiao, and Lung Qing. Yang Su and Xueling also left. Those two. Seosher looked at Lung Xiao and Lung Qing. Chu Li said, it's fine with the two of them as long as they don't tell anyone. What is it that you have to be so serious about? Xuanning Yu said, could it be that you can find the young master of the Song family? Seosher gently pointed at Chu Li. He can. You can find Lil Bao. Song Luiying was overjoyed, but revealed a doubtful expression. Head chief, is it really possible? Everyone in the divine capital was helpless. Could Chu Li do it? Emotionally, she hoped that it was true, but rationally, she still had some doubts. Xiaoshi said, Chu Li stayed in the Titanium Temple for a while and mastered the all-seeing divine power. All-seeing divine power. The two girls looked at her in confusion. Clearly, he had never heard of it before. Xiaoshi said, as long as Chu Li takes the other party's hair, no matter how far away he is, he'll be able to sense it and find it. There's such a supernatural power? Xuanning Yu asked in surprise. Song Luiying hurriedly asked, the supernatural power of Titanium Temple. She had heard of the Vajra Temple and knew that these monks had divine powers. However, the Jingang Temple did not involve itself in worldly affairs. It was almost as if the temple had shut itself off from the world, so no one had seen their supernatural powers. Yes, Seo sure nodded lightly. So, Sister Song, the key now is to find young master's blood, hair, or other personal belongings. If there's none, then there's no other way. I'll send someone to find it. Song Luiying hurriedly said. She raised her voice and shouted, Uncle Son. The calm middle-aged man stepped into the courtyard again, closed fists saluted and bowed. Song Luiying said, go back. Let Big Brother find Lil Bao's hair or other personal belongings. Don't tell anyone else about this. Come back quietly. Yes. The calm middle-aged man closed fists saluted and turned to leave. Song Luiying took a deep breath and sat down. Seosher smiled. Sister Song, don't worry. As long as you find the hair, you'll be able to find young master. I'm just afraid that there's none at home. Song Luiying sighed. Seosher turned to look at Chu Li. If there's none, what do we do? Chu Li pondered. Personal belongings. Items that have the most breadth can barely do it, but the distance cannot be too far. Xuanning Yu sized Chu Li up and smiled. Chu Li, how did you master the Titanium Temple's divine power? Did you become a monk before? Chu Li said, I grew up in the temple and practiced Buddhism for many years. Later on, because my mortal bond was not broken and my six senses were not pure, I entered the house of High Duke and practiced the Titanium Temple's divine power. It was also a coincidence. So you're a Buddhist master. Xuanning Yu smiled. No wonder you're so intelligent. Chu Li shook his head and laughed. Princess Xue, you're flattering me. Song Luiying held the silk handkerchief and was worried. She was afraid that she would not be able to find the hair. After a quarter of an hour, the middle-aged man appeared again and presented a few strands of slightly yellow hair. My lady, I found a few strands of young master's hair. Song Luiying quickly passed it to Chu Li. Head chief, please. Chu Li took the hair. Xueling Seo sure said softly. My lady. Shui Ling fluttered in. Bring a low couch out. Co sure said. Shui Ling responded and brought a low couch in front of Chu Li. Chu Li sat cross-legged on the couch and formed a mudra with both his hands. He mumbled Buddhist mantras and finally put his palms together. He held the few strands of hair in his palms and did not move. His face was solemn like an old monk in meditation. Song Luiying felt that time passed like a year. She was afraid that Chu Li would say bad news. She stared at Chu Li without blinking. After a while, Chu Li slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was strange, as if it could see through people's hearts. Xuaningyu quickly asked, Head Chief, did you find him? Chu Li nodded. Congratulations, Princess Song. Young master is still in the town. Still in the town? Song Luiying was overjoyed. Where? Chu Li said, Ask Commander Zheng to come over. Youngya, go get Commander Zheng. Song Luiying raised her voice and shouted. Zheng Lide was not far away. He also knew about the abduction of young Master Song. He sighed to himself. The public house could not have peace. His Royal Highness was in trouble again. Hearing the call, he quickly rushed over and closed fist saluted. Chu Li waved his hand. Commander Zheng, come forward. Zheng Lide hesitated for a moment. He took a few steps and came close to Chu Li. In his heart, there was a faint fear of Chu Li. Chu Li said, Commander Zheng, I need to go out for a while. I'll leave the lady to you. If anything happens to her, you know the consequences. Yes, Zheng Lide quickly said, Don't worry, Head Chief. Chu Li turned his head and smiled. Princess Song, I'll go out for a while. I'll bring young master back soon. Thank you, Head Chief. Song Luiying quickly said. Chu Li nodded. His white robe fluttered as he left the courtyard and disappeared in front of everyone. Song Luiying got up and paced back and forth. Her heart was in a mess. Sister Song, sit down. There's no point in being anxious. Xuaningyu said, Drink some tea. We can only rely on Head Chief now. Co sure smiled. Chu Li is very reliable. Since he's doing it himself, there won't be any mistakes. Sister Song, just wait for young master. Song Luiying forced a smile. She sat on the chair and picked up the teacup. Her action of removing the teacup stopped. Her bright eyes focused. She put down the teacup abruptly and hurriedly walked forward. Chu Li was already holding a 6- or 7-year-old boy who looked like he was carved from jade. He stood in the courtyard. Song Luiying waved her hand and gave the boy a slap. The little boy burst into tears and rolled on the ground. His cries were earth-shattering. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. He sat on the couch beside him. Chapter 365. Co sure glanced at Chu Li. They didn't fight? Chu Li shook his head. Saving people is more important. Co sure asked, Who are they? Chu Li frowned and sighed. There's something wrong with these people's background. We need to investigate carefully. Commander Zheng, tell His Royal Highness to immediately go to the 3rd house at Springwell Alley. It's best to seal off the entire alley. It's a den of human traffickers. All right. Zheng Lide hurriedly agreed. Chu Li waved his hand to signal him to stop. Tell His Royal Highness there are 2 grandmasters inside. Yes. Zheng Lide's face turned serious. Once it involved grandmasters, it was not a small matter. This matter might not be that simple. Chu Li waved his hand to signal him to leave. As the head chief, he was getting more and more imposing. The people around him unconsciously obeyed him, not because of his empty position. Everything he said was strictly obeyed. Firstly, they were afraid of his ruthlessness and strong martial arts. Secondly, they respected his loyalty, tirelessly taking care of Princess Co personally. The little boy rolled on the ground, crying. His hoarse cries moved the listeners, and they could not help but sympathize with him. Song Luiying looked at him coldly, without a hint of weakness. As the little boy cried, he glanced around. Seeing that everyone was staring at him with interest, there was no sympathy and no intention to help plead for him. He could only stop crying and crawl up. Song Luiying regretted spoiling him too much in the past. Because he was the only child of the Song family, she was afraid that he would break or something would happen to him. He was so pampered that he would do whatever he said and do whatever he wanted. As a result, he developed a willful temper. Whatever he wanted to do, no one could stop him. Song Luiying stared at him coldly. You know there are human traffickers outside, and you still dare to play outside. If it wasn't for the head chief saving you, you wouldn't be able to see your aunt again. Aunt, I have protectors, I can beat them off. The little boy hugged Song Luiying's thigh and shook it. Who would have thought that Li Chuan and Li Shui were so useless? I almost died. Are you scared now? Song Luiying scoffed. The little boy quickly nodded and looked up at her to please her. Zheng lied, rushed into the courtyard, and stopped in front of the study room. He whispered, Your Highness. What is it? Prince An's deep voice came from the study room. Zheng lied said, Princess Song's nephew was rescued by the head chief. Rescued? Prince An pushed open the window with a bang. Revealing a gloomy face, he asked, When? I just saved him, Zheng lied said. Come in and talk. King An scoffed. Zheng lied complained in his heart. It seemed that this news was not to his highness's liking. He had to be careful. He cautiously came to the study, bowed, and stood motionless. Prince An paced with his hands behind his back. What's going on? I'm not too sure either. I only know that Princess Song's family came to report that the Song family's young master had been kidnapped. When Princess Song was anxious, the head chief saved the young master, Zheng lied said. How did Chu Li do it? King An asked coldly. He was extremely angry. As a prince, he couldn't do it, but Chu Li did it. Moreover, he helped his princess. As a man, he really couldn't raise his head. It was extremely embarrassing. Zheng lied shook his head and said, The head chief only called me over and told me to be on guard. He had to go out for a while and would return in 10 minutes with the Song family's young master. As for the rest, the princess should know. At that time, there were only 3 princesses in the courtyard. King An turned to look at Su Ning, who was looking down. Revered sir, what do you think? I heard from my brother that almsgiver Chu had been in our temple for a period of time. He had cultivated the all-seeing divine power. Su Ning's expression was calm. He was not in a hurry. Almsgiver Chu must have used the all-seeing divine power. Is there anyone else in your temple who has cultivated the all-seeing divine power? King An asked. Su Ning shook his head. This divine power is extremely difficult to cultivate and has very little use. In the temple, only Master Kong Hai managed to cultivate it. Now, there's only almsgiver Chu. As expected of the Titanium Temple, King An sneered. Chu Li is really amazing. He actually entered the Titanium Temple and cultivated the divine power. All right, since he was saved, that's good. Did he say where he saved him? The head chief said, At the 3rd house in the Spring Well Alley. It's best to surround the entire Spring Well Alley. There are 2 grandmasters inside. Zheng lied, said hurriedly. Very good. Bring these 8 masters with you and follow me to capture him. King An said in a low voice. He showed a hint of joy. The fairies' capital's magistrate had been humiliated by this matter for a while. He was scolded by the chancellors and could not lift his head. Even though he was a prince, he was still scolded a lot. He could not escape the word useless. Now that there was such a good opportunity, as long as he raided this thief's lair, his contribution would be enough to attract the attention of the imperial court. He would receive the chancellor's gratitude and praise. Thinking of this, his spirit was lifted and he strode out. For hours later, when King An returned to the imperial residence, he was beaming with joy and his steps were light. It was as if he had suddenly become 10 years younger. When Chu Li rescued the Song family's young master, he did not alert the people inside. It was done quietly, so the people inside did not notice. King An brought his men like the heavenly army and captured everyone in one fell swoop. Not a single one escaped. In this alley, they found more than 20 children. They were all the sons of the chancellors who were abducted a while ago. Saving these children was equivalent to saving these 20 chancellors. Needless to say, these chancellors would be deeply grateful. In the future, they would become his people and he would be able to get help at crucial times. Such a harvest was shocking. It was far better than all these years of painstaking efforts. He suddenly felt a sense of gratitude towards Chu Li, but it was quickly shrouded by hatred. This Chu Li was useful to him, but he was more harmful. No matter how he looked at it, He was too capable. If he went against him, there would be endless trouble. It was better to get rid of him as soon as possible. The hunting ceremony was the best opportunity. 6 grandmasters surrounded him, and with Chiu heir as a hostage, Chu Li would not be able to escape. He would definitely be killed, and he would not even know who killed him. Thinking of this, King N's mood became better. He returned to the study room and chuckled. Su Ning stood quietly at the side and did not say a word. He saw through his thoughts, but did not comment. In the evening, Song Menglin personally came to visit. She brought along the naughty and willful little boy and made him kowtow to Chu Li to thank him for saving his life. Chu Li smiled as he declined. It was nothing. Song Menglin did not say too many words of gratitude. She only closed fists, saluted, and left. After Princess Song and Princess Shui left, the courtyard became quiet. Chu Li and Xiao Shi bathed in the sunset and chatted lazily. You saved Princess Shui's daughter and Princess Song's nephew. You're benefiting from both sides. Xiao Shi smiled faintly. Chu Li smiled. It's a coincidence. Xiao Shi scoffed and rolled her eyes at him. Then why did you give credit to Kingen? Raiding the human trafficker's lair is a huge contribution. Now it's his turn to be proud. Chu Li smiled. My lady, take a guess. What's there to guess? Xiao Shi said snappily. You must be out of your mind. Chapter 366. There's such a benefit in giving him the credit? Xiao Shi gave him a sidelong glance. Chu Li shook his head and smiled. These people are no ordinary people. Let Princeton deal with them. Who are they? I didn't probe too deeply. Chu Li shook his head, but I think it has something to do with the princes. Princes? Xiao Shi frowned. Chu Li said, to have such power in the fairies' capital, who else could it be other than the princes? Other than the princes, who dares to be so unscrupulous? Who can hide anything from the emperor in the fairies' capital? These people have crossed the line. Xiao Shi scoffed. They should be dragged out and executed. Other than the emperor, who can execute them? Chu Li said calmly. Xiao Shi tilted her head and looked at him. Chu Li, I have to thank you for being with you and being tricked by you. Chu Li laughed. Lady, what are you scheming about? Third sister, of course. Xiao Shi smiled faintly. You've been scheming about so many things, and it will definitely fall on third sister. Chu Li glared at her snappily. Xiao Shi smiled back at him. Her eyes were like limpid autumn water, unwilling to be outdone. Chu Li shook his head and looked away. Her bright eyes were unusually beautiful, like a deep pool. If you stared at it, you would sink deep into it. When will my injury recover? Xiao Shi sighed. Chu Li said, anytime. It's up to Princeton now. Xiao Shi said, you promised Lung Qiu to go to the hunting ceremony. Can I recover by then? Even if I can't, I'll bring you along. Chu Li smiled. You can let them carry the sedan. What's the point of that? Xiao Shi scoffed. Sitting in the sedan was not as good as imagined. It was far more comfortable than staying in the courtyard. Dusk slowly approached. Yang Su and Shui Ling had already prepared dinner. Chu Li and Xiao Shi ate together. Xiao Shi then went into the house. The night was cold, and it was not suitable to stay outside. Chu Li was immune to the cold and heat, so he was fine. He cultivated in the courtyard while Xiao Shi went back to her room to read. After dinner, Princeton sat in the study room. However, he could not focus on reading. What he gained today was like a pair of wings. He would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Prince Jing. King Jing had worked hard all these years. He had gained a recognition and support of many chancellors. But his contribution was equivalent to 20 years of King Jing's accumulation. He could not help but feel excited when he thought about it. The heavens were really on his side. He picked up a book and glanced at it. He put it down again. He was in no mood to study, so he got up, without needing Su Ning to accompany him. He went to the training room and entered the Nine Dragons Cauldron. The moment the Nine Dragons tripod cauldron sat down, he felt 100 times more energized and excited. He started to practice the scripture of duality. He felt that he was in great condition. The scripture of duality was circulating exceptionally smoothly tonight. Lu Yurong's damned inner energy stopped causing trouble, and became very obedient. The circulation speed of the scripture of duality became faster and faster, breaking through its previous speed. In just a short while, it had completed 10 circulatory cycles. Suddenly, he felt that there was hope for him to advance to the next level tonight and step into the 6th level. Once he entered the 6th level, his internal injuries would be healed and he would be able to suppress Lu Yurong. Thinking of this, he became even more excited. Once he broke through to the 6th level, he would teach Lu Yurong a lesson, subdue her, and keep her in his room. He would have a good time to vent his frustrations from the past few days. There was also Chu Li. If he broke through to the 6th level, there was no need for others to do anything. There was no need for multiple grandmasters to surround and attack him. He could kill him himself. Once and for all, this hatred in his heart was resolved. The more he thought about it, the more excited he got. The circulation of the scripture of duality became faster and faster. The 6th level was right in front of him. It was like a paper window that could be broken with a gentle poke. He could feel that he could break through to the 6th level tonight. So he calmed his emotions and did not let himself get too excited. If he was not careful, extreme joy turned to sorrow, and he could not control the 6th level. However, when he tried to suppress his excitement, it only made him more excited. The excitement was like a fountain gushing out endlessly. He could not suppress it no matter how hard he tried. His thoughts became more and more excited, as if he was using a secret technique to stimulate his potential. As his spirit became more excited, the energy that gushed out of the 9 dragons tripod cauldron became stronger. It made his spirit even more excited. The two helped each other and accelerated the circulation of the scripture of duality. The 6th level was within his reach, and he was getting closer and closer. Boom! There was a thunderous sound in his ears. All the acupoints in his body were opened and trembled. He was excited like a volcano. I'm at the 6th level. The 6th level of the scripture of duality surged in his meridians like a torrential flood. It was mighty and unstoppable. He circulated the 6th level of the scripture of duality. It was as if he could see Lu Yurong begging for mercy under him. She was struggling and twisting, but she could not resist. She was being ravaged by him. It was as if he could see Chu Li being killed by his palm. His face was full of shock and disbelief. His excitement surged again. It was more intense than before. With the help of the 9 dragons tripod cauldron, he was excited. His thoughts were as fast as lightning. He drove the scripture of duality to the 7th level. He felt that he could rush to the 7th level in one go. Chu Li used the omniscient mirror and was watching. He shook his head and laughed when he saw the situation. King N's luck was not bad. He was indeed the god's favored one. Under such circumstances, under the double impact of the grass of forgetfulness and the huge harvest, he was excited. He was so excited that he broke through his original level and stepped into the next level. His martial arts skills improved greatly. Could it be that he could not harm him today and instead help him? Then he would be a joke. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly stopped and smiled. King N's expression changed. He suddenly felt a faint pain in his meridian. He was too excited and used too much inner energy. It hurt his meridian. In just a short while, his meridian was heavily damaged. He had just entered the 6th level. He should rest for a while to let his meridian get used to the pure inner energy. He should get used to the huge pressure brought by the pure inner energy. He should only be able to use his inner energy after a long time. Otherwise, his meridian would not be able to take it, and he would definitely be injured. Now he was injured. 7th level, 7th level. He clenched his teeth. The excitement he had today and the state he was in today was something that could only be encountered by chance. He was afraid that it would not happen again in the future unless he could sit on the throne. If he missed this opportunity, he might miss it forever. He decided to take a risk. Even if his meridian was injured, as long as he rushed to the 7th level, he could take some spirit pills and medicine to heal his meridian. Compared to recuperating, rushing to the 7th level was more attractive. Once he broke through to the 7th level, he would become the imperial family's #1 master. He would only be below his father. If he wanted to seize the throne, who could stop him? Thinking about this, he clenched his teeth. He ignored the pain in his meridian and started to use the scripture of duality again. His inner energy was like a flood that broke the dam. It was abundant and unstoppable. His inner energy was getting deeper and deeper. He was one step closer to the 7th level. However, his meridian was getting more and more painful. He clenched his teeth. His face was pale. His cheeks were red as if he was drunk. His eyes were shining. The pain did not affect his excitement. Instead, it helped him and made it hard to suppress his excitement. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell into the 9 Dragons tripod cauldron and fainted. Chapter 367. P.S. Thank you all for your rewards. I thought that after the welfare, there would be very few rewards. I was surprised and touched. The next day, when Zheng Lide and Meng Ji came over, Prince En was not in the study room. So they went to Prince En's courtyard, but he was not there either. They could only bite the bullet and go to the Tianshu courtyard. Chu Li was cultivating in his courtyard. In the Tianshu courtyard, Xue Ling was also cultivating. Co Shi sat on the couch with a thin blanket draped over her. Together with Yang Su, she watched Xue Ling practice martial arts. It was like watching a dance. When Xue Ling performed her darking palm, it was pleasing to the eye. Zheng Lide entered the courtyard and bowed. Co Shi glanced at him. Why are you here so early? What's the matter? Zheng Lide hurriedly asked. Did Wang Fei see Wang Yi? I haven't seen him since yesterday, Co Shi answered absent-mindedly. Still staring at Xue Ling, Zheng Lide tactfully excused himself. He went to Princess Song and Princess Xue's side, but neither of them had seen His Highness. After he left, Song Luiying and Xuan Yu came to the Tianshu courtyard together. Xue Ling stopped cultivating and retreated to the side, listening to their conversation. Sister Song, do you think that the Royal Highness has another woman outside? Xuan Yu frowned and scoffed. He didn't return last night. Even Commander Zheng couldn't find him. His Royal Highness isn't that interested in women. Perhaps he has other important matters to attend to. Song Luiying shook her head. Where's the head chief? He should be training in his courtyard. Now that there are so many scribes, he can be less worried. Co Shi smiled. Did the Royal Highness not return yesterday? According to Commander Zheng, they haven't been able to find it. You're only thinking of finding him now? What about last night? Maybe he thinks that the Royal Highness is in the study room. The Royal Highness doesn't allow anyone to disturb him when he's in the academy. He's the only one in the courtyard. Xuan Yu frowned and said, Where did he go? Will those people take revenge on me after I leave the mansion? Song Luiying hurriedly said, That gang of human traffickers? Didn't you catch them all in one fell swoop? The more I think about it, the more I'm right. Xuan Yu quickly said, Don't tell me those human traffickers don't have accomplices. Your Highness might have only caught one batch. There might be another batch. Let Commander Zheng search outside, Song Luiying said. Xiao Shi said, Sisters, what if His Royal Highness only went out for a while to attend to some matters? If you make such a big fuss about it, and let the whole city know about it, we'll become a laughing stock. That's true. The two girls nodded lightly. Xiao Shi said, In my opinion, it's better to look around the residence. Maybe it's in one of the maids' rooms. The two girls pursed their lips and smiled. That's hard to say. Little ya, tell Commander Zheng to search every room. Song Luiying said. One of the maids responded softly and went out. His Highness is very disciplined in his actions. This kind of thing rarely happens. Song Luiying shook her head lightly. Could it be that it's really absurd? I'm a man. Xuan Yu scoffed. It's hard to change a person's nature. On top of that, he did a great deed yesterday, so he's feeling happy. Who knows? Maybe after drinking a few cups, he'll do something ridiculous under the influence of alcohol. Co Shi nodded in agreement. Chu Li was cultivating. He sensed King An's condition in the 9 Dragons tripod cauldron. After a night's delay, Prince En was on the verge of death. He was hanging on by a thread, but his meridians were destroyed, his dantian was destroyed, and he had lost his martial arts. Even if Chu Li were to personally save him, he could only use the 9 transformation meridian reforming technique to heal his meridians. He would have to cultivate his martial arts again, but the imperial family might have some miraculous medicine. It might be able to restore his cultivation level. What he suffered the heaviest was his spirit. This attack, even if it did not hurt his soul, it had damaged his spirit, which was similar to his dantian. The human body had three dantians, the upper, middle, and lower. The lower and middle dantians contained inner energy, while the upper dantian contained the spirit. Now, that all three dantians were injured, it was extremely serious. Chuli shook his head and sighed. His Highness Prince and still had luck. He did not lose his life after suffering such heavy injuries. The reason he was still alive was probably because of the jade pendant on his chest, which saved his life. This jade pendant used to be inconspicuous. It looked like a normal white jade. Chuli did not notice anything out of the ordinary. After Prince and was heavily injured, this jade pendant reacted and began to emit traces of life force. It was the same spiritual energy that he collected from the scripture of life and death. It was a trace of life force. This trace of life force kept Princeton alive. Since he did not die this time, he could only wait for the next time. Chuli shook his head. He was afraid of the Emperor, so he did not dare to directly kill Princeton. This was enough to make Princeton suffer. He would not be able to cause trouble in a short period of time. Zheng Lide found Su Ning. Su Ning was meditating on the bed in the house. Facing the hurried Zheng Lide, he slowly opened his eyes and looked at Zheng Lide calmly. "Revered sir, have you seen His Royal Highness?" Zheng Lide pressed his palms together and asked respectfully. Su Ning said, "His Royal Highness is not in the residence. I did not find him." Zheng Lide shook his head. Su Ning said, "Did you go to the cultivation courtyard to look for him?" Zheng Lide hesitated for a moment and shook his head. The cultivation courtyard was a forbidden area. No one was allowed to enter. Even if he was the commander, he had no right to enter. Su Ning said, "His Royal Highness went to cultivate." Ah! Zheng Lide was shocked and quickly said, "His Royal Highness's internal injuries have not healed. How can he cultivate?" He never thought of this because Prince Anne's injuries were serious. He did not dare to simply cultivate to heal himself. As long as he cultivated, the heterogeneous inner energy in his body would attack and worsen his injuries. If he did not cultivate, the inner energy would hibernate and not worsen his injuries. It had been a while since His Royal Highness went to the cultivation courtyard. "Go look for him," Su Ning said. "His Royal Highness should be over there." "Revered sir, you should do it." Zheng Lide smiled bitterly. "If I step into the cultivation courtyard, His Royal Highness will definitely kill me. His Royal Highness respects revered sir very much. Nothing will happen." Su Ning got up from the bed and slowly walked out. Zheng Lide pressed his palms together in gratitude. The two of them arrived at the cultivation courtyard and did not let anyone accompany them. The cultivation courtyard was a forbidden area. Normal people were not allowed to go near it. Su Ning frowned slightly and quickened his pace. He arrived in front of a 9 dragons tripod cauldron and glided into it. He carried Prince and glided out of the cultivation courtyard. Zheng Lide looked at Prince and who had fainted. His face was green and he was barely breathing. He was stunned. Su Ning strode back to Prince and study room. Zheng Lide kept his mouth shut and followed him to the study room. He placed Princeton on the bed. Su Ning sat cross-legged behind him and pressed his palms together. After a while, Princeton slowly woke up. "Your Highness, do you have any spirit pills to treat your injuries?" Su Ning asked. Princeton struggled to open his eyes. His lips moved slightly, but he could not make a sound. Su Ning nodded. He could see through Princeton's thoughts. He put him down gently and went to the desk. He took out a few jade bottles from a drawer and went to Prince, and Prince Anne's gaze swept across. Su Ning picked out an emerald green jade bottle. "This is it." Prince Anne nodded strenuously. Su Ning poured out an emerald green pill and stuffed it into Prince Anne's mouth. He then sat behind Prince Anne and channeled to help him digest the medicine. 2 hours later, wisps of white smoke rose from the top of Prince Anne's head. It was faintly discernible. Su Ning let go of his hands and wiped the beads of sweat off his forehead. His monk robe was already drenched. Princeton slowly opened his eyes. His face was still as pale as a piece of paper, but the green aura had faded. "Your Highness, did someone try to harm you?" Commander Zheng asked hurriedly. Princeton shook his head and said weakly, "I cultivated too fiercely and went berserk." Commander Zheng let out a long sigh of relief. That was good. It was not caused by someone, and he was not responsible. Su Ning asked, "How did your Highness get injured so badly?" "My martial arts had improved by a level. In the end, I was greedy and advanced recklessly. I wanted to break through another level." Princeton sighed. "I was impetuous. It was my fault. Is there a way to save it?" Su Ning said calmly, "Your Highness's cultivation has been destroyed." Princeton's face was pale. He shook his head slowly. Chapter 368. Su Ning looked at King and calmly and did not say a word. Zheng Lide was worried. His Highness had suffered such a serious injury. What should he do? "Venerable One," Zheng Lide asked in a low voice. Su Ning looked at him and said calmly, "Almsgiver Zheng, please invite the two princesses over." "This," Zheng Lide said, "Venerable One, the inner chamber cannot interfere with the affairs of the residence. It only cares about the inner chamber. We should let the two Wang Fei know about Wang Ye's injuries." Su Ning said, "Wang Yi trusts the two Wang Fei the most." "Yes," Zheng Lide helplessly agreed. What he was afraid of was that once Wang Yi became seriously ill, the two Wang Fei would fight and fight for power in the Fu. The two Wang Fei were not easy to deal with. Before Wang Yi did anything, the two Wang Fei would do something unpredictable. Hearing Zheng Lide's report, Song Luiying and Xuaning Yu, who were talking to Co Shi in the Tianshu courtyard, were shocked. "Your Royal Highness is injured?" Song Luiying frowned. "Who injured your Royal Highness?" "Your Highness suffered a qi deviation last night." Zheng Lide lowered his eyebrows and answered, "I woke up for a while, took the pill, and fell asleep. I came to report to the three Wang Fei and asked the Wang Fei not to worry." "How'd he go berserk?" Song Luiying muttered. "Where did your Royal Highness practice martial arts?" "The training courtyard," Zheng Lide said. Song Luiying heaved a sigh of relief. Then there would be no problem, and no one would disturb them. Xuaning Yu scoffed. "Is Royal Highness's injury serious?" "He should be fine after taking the pill," Zheng Lide said. "Revered Su Ning is taking care of him by your side. His life is not in danger." Xiao Shi said, "Sisters, please visit His Royal Highness on my behalf. I'm not feeling well. I can't do it even if I want to." "All right, let's go take a look first." "Sister Xiao, don't worry. Take care of yourself." Xuaning Yu quickly stood up. Song Luiying stood up too. The two of them hurriedly left one after the other, and Zheng Lide hurriedly followed. When Chuli arrived at Tianshu courtyard, Xiao Shi was smiling happily. When she saw Chuli, she waved her hand. Chuli smiled and moved forward. A faint fragrance entered his nose. She lowered her voice and smiled. "King has gone mad." Chuli nodded. "You did this?" Co Shi's voice became even softer. Chuli smiled. "More or less." "Well done." Xiao Shi's smile was as beautiful as a flower. Her beauty was unparalleled. Chuli averted his gaze and shook his head. "Unfortunately, it's not enough. He's lucky. If it doesn't work this time, there's always the next time." Co Shi said, "With your calculations, you'll definitely be able to kill him." Chuli smiled and nodded. "Don't worry." Xiao Shi chuckled. "Are his injuries serious?" Chuli said, "I can recover." Sigh. "What a pity." Co Shi shook her head and sighed. "If only I could stay in bed forever. That would be the best." "Don't rush. Take your time," Chuli said. Song Luiying and Xuaning Yu came to the study room. Seeing the fainted King En and his pale face, he looked at Su Ning worriedly. Song Luiying said, "Venerable One, is His Royal Highness all right?" Su Ning pressed his palms together and bowed. "Don't worry, Princess. King En is blessed by the heavens. His life is not in danger." "That's good." Song Luiying nodded lightly and frowned. "When will the Royal Highness wake up?" "Should be in the evening," Su Ning said. Song Luiying said, Then we'll guard here. Suning nodded lightly and kept his mouth shut. Song Luiying and Xuanning Yu sat by the bed and looked at the fainted King En. They were worried sick. King En was the master of the imperial residence. If anything were to happen to him, they would be orphans and widows. They would be alone and helpless. It would be hard for them to avoid being bullied. Princess, a young voice suddenly came from outside. Two maids have gone missing. Once she heard Li Gui's voice, Xuanning Yu said impatiently, "Come in and talk." Li Gui was dressed in a brocade robe. He pushed the door open and entered. He bowed respectfully in front of the two ladies. Xuanning Yu asked what happened. Two maids went out to buy some rouge this morning. They haven't returned yet. Li Gui said softly, "I sent someone to look for them, but they couldn't find them. You think they ran away with the money?" Xuanning Yu scoffed. Li Gui shook his head and said, "They didn't have much money. They wouldn't have run away. Besides, their luggage is still there. Their jewelry and other valuables are still there too." "Then what exactly happened?" Xuanning Yu said impatiently. "Hurry up and say it. I don't have a time to waste with you." Li Gui lowered his head and sighed. "Princess, I'm worried that someone took them away." Xuanning Yu frowned and stared at him. Li Gui nodded. "We still can't find them. They probably didn't get lost. They were taken away." "Who would be so daring?" Xuanning Yu scoffed. Li Gui said, "The Royal Highness solved a big case yesterday. He caught all the human traffickers in one go." "I suspect, Xuanning Yu said impatiently. "Could it be that the fish that escaped the net is taking revenge?" "This is only my guess." "You can't take it seriously," Li Gui quickly said. Xuanning Yu frowned and did not say a word. She turned and looked at Song Luiying. Song Luiying said, "If it's really them, then it's really troublesome. The Royal Highness isn't awake yet. Who's going to make the decision?" Li Gui rolled his eyes and said in a low voice, "Princess, why don't you ask the head chief? The person with the highest rank in the imperial residence is the head chief." Xuanning Yu stared at him coldly. She knew that he was up to no good. She scoffed. "You can't do your job properly. You're always thinking of crooked ways. Be careful of your head." Li Gui quickly said, "I'm just saying. The princess is the one who decides what to do." Song Luiying glanced at Li Gui and looked at Xuanning Yu. Although Li Gui's intentions are bad, his words are not wrong. We two women can only manage the matters of the imperial residence. The Royal Highness can't make the decision for the matters outside. Then it's the head chief's turn. The head chief is new here. He doesn't understand the situation in the fairy's capital. Xuanning Yu frowned. She was worried that if Chu Li made a mistake, Prince would inevitably blame him when he wakes up. Moreover, his subordinates were like Li Gui. They were all up to no good. They would not put in the effort and purposely put in a show of strength to the head chief. Song Luiying felt that Chu Li had divine powers. He was the most suitable person to manage this matter. "If the head chief can't do it, we can't do it either." Song Luiying glanced at Li Gui. "With these people, what can they do?" "All right, then we can only ask the head chief to come." Xuanning Yu scoffed. "Li Gui, can you find the hair of these two maids?" "Hair?" Li Gui hesitated. Xuanning Yu said, "Stop talking nonsense. Go find their hair and send it to Tianshu Courtyard." "Yes." Li Gui quickly nodded. He closed fists, saluted, and left. Xuanning Yu said, "Sister Song, you accompany the Royal Highness. I'll go talk to the head chief." Song Luiying nodded lightly. Chu Li was studying in Tianshu Courtyard. Seoshur was lying on the couch in the courtyard, basking in the sun. Xuanning Yu came in and explained the situation. Chu Li frowned. "The maids are missing." Xuanning Yu smiled. "Head chief, the Royal Highness is unconscious. Something happened in the imperial residence. We women can't show ourselves in public. We can only ask the head chief to do it." Chu Li nodded. "It's my duty. Let me see where they are." Li Gui's light footsteps could be heard. He arrived outside Tianshu Courtyard. Seoshur ordered. Xueling left the courtyard and took the embroidered pouch from Li Gui's hands. Li Gui's eyes lit up when he saw Xueling. Xueling glanced at him. She took the embroidered pouch and returned to the courtyard. Chapter 369. He was the deputy chief of the inner residence and had seen his fair share of beauties. However, it was his first time seeing a woman like Shui Ling, who made his heart beat faster. Her cold gaze and beautiful face were like a sharp sword that pierced his heart. He suddenly had an incomparably strong impulse to obtain this woman. His thoughts turned quickly. She was Princess Sio's maid and had a high status. Although he was the deputy chief, he could not control Princess Sio. If he really angered Princess Sio, the head chief would not let him go. Although the head chief was powerful and had killed many people, he was just a martial artist, a young and arrogant man. At the banquet, he was very arrogant. He must not be willing to be under someone else. This time, he played a little trick, and he still fell for it. Once His Royal Highness wakes up, the first thing he will do is to deal with the head chief. By then, with the head chief's arrogance, he will definitely go against His Royal Highness. His Royal Highness might kick him out of the residence or even kill him. Moreover, the head chief was just a figurehead. He did not have any real power and could not control him. Thinking about this, he smiled proudly. What was the use of being powerful in martial arts? He was just a martial artist. What was truly powerful was his brain. He could decide a person's fate with just one sentence. This feeling was truly amazing. He stood outside the courtyard and listened attentively. Princess Shui, the deputy chief Li outside, is quite interesting. Chu Li took the embroidered bag and smiled at Xuaningyu. Xuaningyu said, Li Gui has a lot of wicked ideas. Sometimes we need to beat him up. Then I won't say much. Chu Li smiled, but it seems like he has some thoughts about Miss Chiu Air. Xuaningyu was stunned and shook her head. No, this guy knows his limits. Chu Li smiled and said, Princess, sometimes people can't control themselves. They know that they can't do it, but they still do it. Although my eyes aren't very sharp, I still have some ability to see through people. No. Xuaningyu shook her head. I hope I'm wrong. Chu Li smiled and casually changed the topic. Let's not talk about this. Let's get down to business. Yes. Let's get down to business. Xuaningyu quickly said. She began to mutter in her heart. While Li Gui is full of evil tricks, he isn't that bold. I don't think he has any improper thoughts about Wang Qiu'er. However, the head chief was not a simple person. He had reached rank 1 at such a young age. He was definitely not someone who spoke without thinking. Since he said that, he must have seen some clues. People would change, especially in an environment like the prince's mansion. Power and influence would quickly change a person. Li Gui acted the same in front of him, but that didn't mean that he hadn't changed. He was just good at pretending and didn't show it. Should he firmly believe that Li Gui didn't have any bad intentions? Or should he take precautions and investigate first? These two thoughts were entangled in his mind, and after a moment, he made a decision. He just had to investigate it secretly so that Li Gui wouldn't find out. If there really was a problem, then he really couldn't be allowed to stay. Once he's lustful, he'll do anything. I want him to stay away from Qiu'er. Chu Li's casual words sent chills down Li Gui's spine. Chu Li had exposed the deepest thoughts that he had buried deep in his heart. He was shocked and frightened. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. The bright sunlight shone on his body, but could not melt the coldness in his heart. Chu Li picked up 2 strands of hair and sat on the couch that Shui Ling brought out. He activated the all-seeing divine power. After a moment, he opened his eyes. He was deep in thought. Have you found them? Xuaningyu asked. Chu Li frowned and muttered, outside the town. This time they came prepared. I'm afraid I can't do it alone. The protectors of the imperial residence have to be mobilized. Of course, Xuaningyu said. I'll have to trouble the head chief to bring people there personally. Chu Li said, I'll go and see the Royal Highness. He looked at Sio Shi. Sio Shi waved her hand and said, Don't worry, there are 7 grandmasters protecting me. Just go and come back quickly. Chu Li nodded. She had the Sarira beads. He could come back any time, so he wasn't that worried. He and Xuaningyu went to the study room. There were only 3 people guarding the study room. Su Ning, Zheng Lide, Song Luiying. They're outside the town. The head chief needs people to save them. Xuaningyu looked at Zheng Lide. Commander Zheng, bring some people and go with the head chief. Zheng Lide looked troubled. Princess Shui, the Royal Highness, if there's no other way, let Sister Co sure come over first. The protectors over there will be enough people. Xuanning Yu said. Zheng lied, shook his head. Without the Royal Highness's order, we can't mobilize the people in the imperial residence. Not even the head chief? Xuanning Yu asked. Zheng Lied looked at Chu Li and nodded helplessly. Chu Li looked at Su Ning. Su Ning did not say a word. He lowered his eyebrows and closed his eyes like an old monk meditating. At this moment, Li Gui reported from outside. Princess, another 2 maids have gone missing. What happened? Xuanning Yu shouted. Come in. Li Gui bowed his body and entered the study room carefully. He said softly, another 2 maids have not returned. How many maids are there outside? Xuanning Yu said impatiently. The last time 2 went missing, didn't you call the rest back? Princess, please forgive me. Li Gui lowered his head. Xuanning Yu said impatiently. What about now? Yes, they're all back. Li Gui said quickly. Xuanning Yu scoffed and turned to look at Zheng Lied. Commander Zheng, you're going to watch them die, aren't you? Princess Shui. Zheng Lied looked troubled as he looked at the unconscious prince, and Song Luiying said, Commander Zheng, how about this? Sister Shui and I have unanimously decided to let the head chief bring some people over. When the Royal Highness wakes up, we will be the ones responsible. Commander Zheng, the Royal Highness is unconscious. Does that mean our words don't count? I don't dare. Zheng Lied said quickly. Xuanning Yu said, Then Yang, gather, govern the airship. See. Zheng Lied turned to look at Chu Li. Head chief, how many people do we need to bring? Chu Li said, this group of people dare to take revenge like this. They must have come prepared. It's useless to have fewer people. Bring 8 grandmasters. 8. Zheng Lied frowned. Commander Zheng, if you delay any longer, you'll be the one to blame if they're in danger. Xuanning Yu waved her hand impatiently. Hurry up. I'll bring Sister Xiao over. Yes. Zheng Lied nodded helplessly. Please follow me, head chief. Chu Li could see his reluctance, but he did not care. Zheng Lied groaned in his heart. The head chief was not on the same side as Princeton. They were enemies. If the head chief brought people to their deaths, he would not be able to call for help. Even if he managed to escape with his life, his subordinates would die. When the Royal Highness wakes up, he would not be able to escape the blame. The 2 of them arrived outside the courtyard. Zheng Lied called out, and 8 grandmasters appeared. The head chief wants to bring us to rescue the missing maids. Commander Zheng said in a low voice. He glanced at the 8 grandmasters. No matter what, they're from the imperial residence. We can't just watch them die. Commander, is the Royal Highness awake? A middle-aged man asked. He was tall and strong with a handsome face. Only his eyes were slightly cold, like a venomous snake staring at someone. In Wuqiu, the Royal Highness is not awake yet. Zheng Lied shook his head, but Princess Co will come over. Ji Laowu and the others will come over to guard the Royal Highness. Chapter 370. Chu Li looked at him and said gently, Protector Ing, you're alone, right? In Wuqiu said coldly, That's right. Chu Li nodded. No wonder. In Wuqiu scoffed. What do you mean, head chief? If you had a family, Chu Li shook his head and said, You wouldn't have said this. If it was your younger sister, your wife, or even your mother who was kidnapped this time, would you still say this? It's just a few maids. In Wuqiu grinned. If it's my family, of course I'll save them. Chu Li sighed. If it's your family, you'll save them. But if it's someone from the imperial residence, you won't? In Wuqiu said indifferently. If it's the ladies who were kidnapped, then we can act. As for the others, they're not qualified to act. Chu Li said, Does everyone agree with Protector Ying's idea? Everyone was silent. They were all grandmasters. Among the 10 grandmasters that Chu Li had killed, there were a few who were on good terms with them. However, they were all killed by Chu Li. It was inevitable that they would feel sad for the loss of their own kind and were very disgusted with Chu Li, the head chief. Chu Li knew that this was not the time to show his power, or else the people would collapse. He could not just kill all these grandmasters, could he? Everyone in life, loyalty is important. Chu Li said, I used to be a member of the House of High Dukes, so I'm loyal to them. Now that I'm a member of the Imperial Residence, I'm loyal to the Imperial Residence." Everyone looked at him, confused. Chu Li said, "But the House of High Dukes, the Imperial Residence. Why should I be loyal?" Everyone frowned. This was a little strange. Chu Li said, "I don't know if a maid is enough for a grandmaster to act. I only know that anyone who enters the Imperial Residence, whether it's a scribe or a maid, a grandmaster or a commoner without martial arts, is a member of the Imperial Residence and will be protected by the Imperial Residence." His eyes were shining. As long as anyone from the Imperial Residence is hurt, the Imperial Residence will definitely send someone to save them, and will definitely take revenge 10 times over. Chu Li's eyes were sharp. He scoffed in a low voice. "If you don't want to save them because of your status as grandmasters, I won't force you. I'll go alone, even if I can't save them. We must also let them know that the Wangfu hasn't given up on them, and that they are a part of the Wangfu." It was as if he wanted to look into everyone's hearts. Everyone here is a grandmaster who can roam the world unhindered. So, you don't know how desperate a person is to be saved by his companions when he is in a desperate situation. He looked at Zheng Lide and said, "Commander Zheng, since everyone is unwilling to go, I won't force them. I'll let them stay here and guard His Highness. After all, His Highness' safety is more important. I'll go by myself." Zheng Lide sighed inwardly. No wonder he was able to achieve rank 1 at such a young age. His wisdom and methods were outstanding. Initially, he thought that with the head chief's temper, he would definitely teaching Wuqiu a lesson to intimidate the crowd and make them listen to him obediently. She did not expect the head chief to use gentleness to overcome hardness. He restrained his temper and moved her with emotion. The head chief's ability to beguile people's hearts was indeed superb. If these words were spread out, he would definitely receive the support of everyone in the residence. His prestige would increase. If they were to remain indifferent and do nothing, they would definitely be condemned by everyone and become the public enemy of everyone in the residence. They would be isolated. After all, the majority of the people in the Imperial Residence had ordinary martial arts. There were only a dozen grandmasters, and the rest were commoners. It was definitely not a good feeling to be isolated and treated as an enemy. The relationships in the residence were complicated. They did not know where they would be put in a difficult position. They would be put in a difficult position. Chu Li glanced at the crowd and turned to leave. "Head Chief," Zheng Lide quickly said, "Everyone, let's go together. Let's go together." Everyone quickly said. Chu Li nodded slowly. "All right, then everyone will rescue the maids of the Imperial Residence and teach those people a lesson. Let them know that they can't touch anyone from the Imperial Residence of King An." "Yes," everyone said in a deep voice. Chu Li's voice was clear and resonated throughout the entire Imperial Residence. Everyone could hear it, and it made their blood boil. Xiao Shi, who was lying in the Tianshu courtyard, heard it clearly. She shook her head and pursed her lips into a smile. Chu Li led the 9 grandmasters and fluttered out of the Imperial Residence of King An. They went around the main street and quietly left the fairy's capital. They went straight to the dense apricot forest on the outskirts. Zheng Lide and the others did not ask much and followed him into the apricot forest. "Everyone, be careful. Don't make any noise. The people are inside." Chu Li lowered his voice. The 9 nodded slowly. They moved lightly and approached slowly. They saw a manor deep in the forest. If they did not go deep into the forest, they would not have noticed this manor. There were 13 houses in the manor, forming a circle. In the middle was a flat martial arts field. A group of more than 10 people were practicing. The bright sunlight shone on their naked upper bodies. Their muscles were well proportioned and glowed with a warm luster. As the 9 grandmasters approached, they seemed to have sensed it. They turned their heads and saw Chu Li and the 9 people. Chu Li shouted, "Rush in." The group suddenly sped up and rushed in. Chu Li did not rush in with them. He went into a house. On a long couch in the house, maids were carelessly thrown on the couch. Their clothes were disheveled. They stared at Chu Li blankly. Chu Li saw that although their clothes were disheveled, they did not look like they were violated. He breathed a sigh of relief. He reached out and unseal their acupuncture points. He frowned. The girl at the bottom was barely breathing. Her mouth was foaming with blood. There was a dagger in her heart. It seemed like she would not survive. The banging sound outside stopped quickly. Zheng lied and the others rushed in. Ding you! As soon as the three women unsealed their acupuncture points, they immediately surrounded the girl. They held her hands and tears flowed down. Zheng Lai quickly asked what happened. Those bad guys wanted to do something bad to us. Ding Yu killed herself and scare them off. One of the girls said while wiping her tears. Damn it. We shouldn't have let them go. Zheng Lai slammed the table angrily. Crash. The table fell to the ground. Chuli took out a white jade bottle from his bosom, poured out a vermilion pill, and stuffed it into Ding Ning's mouth. He channeled and patted her chest a few times, and then slowly pulled out the dagger without bleeding too much. Will Ding Yu die? One of the girls asked. Chu Li shook his head. Don't worry. She won't die. Commander Zheng, send them back first. Head Chief, did Ding Yu take the spirit blessing pill? Zheng Lied asked. Chu Li nodded. Zheng Lied sighed. I'm impressed. The spirit blessing pill was as precious as a life. Yet, it was given to a maid. It seemed like what he said earlier was not empty words. A head chief like this was worth listening to. If it was a royal highness, he would never give up the spirit blessing pill. Head chief, can we catch up to those people? We have to kill them. Zheng Lied said angrily. Chu Li's gaze swept across the house. He saw a handful of hair at the head of the bed. He pointed and asked the girl from before, Is it their hair? Yes. The girl nodded. It was pulled off by Ding Yu. Then let's find them. Chu Li said. Zheng Lied licked his lips. We have to raid their nest and teach them a lesson. They will know how powerful the imperial residence is. Yes, raid their nest, the others said in a low voice. Chapter 371. Chu Li pondered for a while and said slowly, All right, then let's go raid their lair. Commander Zheng and I will send the four ladies back first. Everyone wait here for a while. All right, let's send them back first. Zheng Lied said. He saw that everyone was excited for once. It was as if they had returned to the time when they were young. He did not want to spoil everyone's mood. The two of them put their hands on the maid's sleeves, held their wrists, and glided away. While Chu Li performed his light body technique, he used the scripture of life and death to transfer spiritual energy into Ding Ning's body to help her recover. Ding Ning's hand strength was weak. The stab did not hurt her heart that badly. Even so, her vitality was greatly damaged. After taking the spirit blessing pill, she had to rest for a month. The two of them quickly returned to the imperial residence, dropped them off, and immediately turned to leave. Head Chief, these people dared to take revenge on the imperial residence. They must not be simple. Zheng Lied followed beside Chu Li and said in a low voice, Head Chief, have you guessed their identity? Chu Li shook his head and said, We'll only know after we fight. You fought with them. Did you find any clues? Their martial arts are very strange. Zheng Lied frowned and said, Why does it feel like it's not the martial arts of the Great Ji dynasty? Could they be from the Li dynasty? Chu Li frowned. No wonder. They came with ill intentions. Zheng Lied sighed. That's why we have to hurt them, or even kill them. Chu Li scoffed. Let them know that the imperial residence is not to be trifled with. We will take revenge 100 times over. Let them be terrified and not dare to provoke us again. That's the only way, Zheng Lied said. He faintly felt that the opponents this time were not ordinary. They might not be so easy to deal with. The two of them met up with the other 8 people, then ran towards the south, ran for 100 miles, and arrived at a valley. They're here. Zheng Lied and the others looked at the valley. It was quiet and serene. It really did not look like a place where many people lived. There was no noise at all. Chu Li said, Everyone be careful. There are many masters here. If you can't beat them, run. Head Chief, don't worry. We have 10 grandmasters. What's there to be afraid of? Someone laughed. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. 10 grandmasters. This number was really not auspicious. The last time, the imperial residence of King and sent out 10 grandmasters. If it was their turn to be killed by someone else, that would be the greatest irony. As soon as they entered the valley, they heard a shout, "Who are you?" More than 20 of them instantly rushed out and charged at them. Chuli glanced at them. 25 experts. 6 of them were grandmasters while the rest were innate masters. When Zheng lied and the others saw the few guys who had escaped earlier, they were certain that this was the lair they were looking for. Their eyes immediately turned red. Seeing that there were only 6 grandmasters, they felt relieved and roared, "Kill!" 35 people immediately fell into a chaotic battle. Without needing Chu Li's instructions, Zheng lied and the others cooperated well. 6 of them went up against the grandmasters, while the other 3 went up against the innate masters. Chu Li was not in a hurry to make a move. He stood at the side and watched. The 3 grandmasters were like tigers in a flock of sheep. Almost none of them were a match for him. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, all 19 innate experts had fallen to the ground. The other 6 grandmasters were not at a disadvantage. They were still able to withstand the siege of 9 people. Chu Li frowned. These 6 grandmasters were difficult to deal with. They were not ordinary masters. He swung both of his hands at the same time. Chi! Chi! With 2 soft whistles, the silver light shot towards an old man in linen. This old man in linen looked no different from an old farmer. His face was ruddy and his hair was white, but he was very agile. His martial arts was the strongest among the 6. The 2 masters from the imperial residence could not suppress him. As soon as the flying blades appeared, the old man in linen sensed danger and quickly moved to the side. He dodged the 2 blades and waved his palms like lightning. The sky was filled with palm shadows that pressured the 2 masters from the imperial residence to the point that they could not breathe. Such a powerful person must be a famous master in the martial arts world. Chu Li thought to himself, such a powerful master. Such a master was not someone ordinary people could handle. "Who are you?" Chu Li shouted. "Hey!" The old man in linen sneered. "You don't even know who we are, and you dare to attack us? It's rare that you are still alive." Chu Li said, "I don't care who you are. If you steal from our imperial residence, we will kill you." Such arrogance. The old man in linen sneered. "The imperial residence of King and is #1 in the world? Can you really kill us?" Chu Li scoffed. "Commander Zheng, there are masters rushing over. We need to finish them off quickly." "Yes." Zheng lied, and the others responded and began to attack like a storm. 2 experts from the prince's mansion were besieging one opponent. One of the experts from the prince's mansion suddenly left and went to the other side, joining up with the other 2 experts from the prince's mansion. Their opponent was a middle-aged man. Faced with the attacks of 3 masters from the imperial residence, he could not hold on. The people beside him wanted to help, but were blocked. They could only watch as the man was knocked down, vomiting blood, and fainted. So, the remaining 3 masters focused on one person again and defeated them one by one. Chu Li swung his hands again and shot out 2 flying blades. He blocked the old man in linen and prevented him from going to help. In just a short while, 2 grandmasters had fallen. Chu Li's expression suddenly changed. He said, "Masters are coming. Everyone retreat." Zheng Li smiled. "Head chief, let's kill them before we leave." Chu Li scoffed. "We're almost there. Let's go. When they come, we'll kill them too." Zheng Li said. The others attacked again. They cannot be blamed for not wanting to leave. The situation was good. There were only 4 grandmasters left, and there were 10 of them. It would not take much effort to kill them. They could return to the imperial residence with pride. Chu Li shook his head helplessly. His prestige was still not enough. He could not follow orders. A long whistle was heard. It pierced through the clouds. A silhouette swept over like a wisp of smoke. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of them. Bam bam. 2 masters from the imperial residence flew out and vomited blood in the air. It was a handsome middle-aged man. His aura was like the mountains and the sea. It was suffocating. Chu Li and the others seemed to have become innate masters. They could not fight back at all. Chu Li shouted, "Everyone leave first. I'll hold them off." "Head chief," Commander Zheng shouted. "Everyone, let's attack together. It's useless even if we attack together. Let's go." Chu Li grabbed the 2 masters from the imperial residence and threw them out. "My light body technique is good. I can rush back." If we don't leave now, none of us will be able to leave. Head chief, take care. Zheng Lide gritted his teeth and replied in a low voice. He saw the middle-aged man's martial arts. He felt a chill in his heart. He knew that Chuli was right. None of them were a match for him. With such light body technique, it was useless to surround him. They would only be killed one by one. Bam, 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 bam. Chuli stood in front of the middle-aged man and punched. His fists were light, as if they were powerless. He used Hai Duke Lu's fist technique. It was pure and solid. The fist force of each punch was like a rock. The middle-aged man was surprised. After a few punches, he saw that he could not hurt Chuli. He flashed like a ghost and appeared behind Chuli. Chuli flashed too. He disappeared from the spot and appeared behind him. The two of them flashed here and there. They turned into a blurry shadow. Neither of them could catch up to the other. Chuli was secretly impressed by this man's strength. Although he did not use God's limbs, his light body technique was enough to look down on the martial arts world. Yet, this man was on par with him. The middle-aged man was surprised. He did not expect this young man's light body technique to be on par with his. Chapter 372. Good boy, good light body technique. He laughed and said. His body suddenly sped up and turned into a fleeting shadow. It was as if he had become Chu Li's shadow. No matter how Chu Li changed his body technique, he followed closely behind him. Bam, 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 bam. Continuous muffled sounds rang between the two of them. The fist energy and palm energy collided like a raging wave. The surrounding grass and sand rolled up and gradually covered the two of them. It was as if they were in the center of a tornado. The wind was howling around them, but the place where they were was unusually calm. The people who were watching the fight widened their eyes and were pushed back by an invisible force. In their eyes, Chun Kong was the top master in the world. His light body technique was top-notch, and his cultivation level was extremely high. But now he was evenly matched with a young man. Chun Kong exclaimed, "Boy, how did you get your cultivation level?" His palm energy was unpredictable and came from different directions. It was as if it could turn on its own and was impossible to defend against. Chuli relied on the omniscient mirror and could clearly see his palm energy. That was why he could defend against it. If it was someone else, they could only react based on their senses. In addition to Chun Kong's fast attacks and body technique, it would be difficult to defend against it. Chuli smiled. It's just a fortuitous encounter. It's not surprising, but you have a high cultivation level. You shouldn't be a nobody. I am Chun Kong. Chun Kong floated out with his palm. His body technique was also fleeting. He followed closely behind Chu Li and looked for his flaws. If Chu Li hesitated for a moment, he would find a chance to attack and turn the situation around. Chun Kong. Chu Li shook his head. He had never heard of this name before. It seemed like he was a hidden master. There were more than 100 grandmasters in the martial arts world, but many of them hid in the dark and did not show themselves to the world. These people hid their identities for different purposes. Some of them hid in the imperial residence, some in the public house, and some even in their factions. Just like the Tempest Temple, there were many hidden masters. Chun Kong laughed. It's natural that you haven't heard of me. I'm rarely in the fairies' capital. You robbed the children of officials. What are your intentions? Chuli scoffed. He had been guessing. Robbing the children of officials was not to take them as disciples, right? There must be some other purpose. A smile appeared on Chun Kong's handsome face as he said, "In any case, we have no ill intentions." However, Chuli saw through his thoughts. He shook his head and said, "There are many strange schemes. It's really not the work of the righteous path. It's about time. Goodbye." He sighed inwardly. Sure enough, each of them was more shrewd than the other. This was actually a play put on by Prince Chung. Let his subordinates snatch the child first. Then, King Chung would snatch the child back and make a great contribution, making those ministers deeply grateful. Who would have thought that king and would steal the fruits of his labor? King Chung had spent so much effort to set up a trap and was about to reap the harvest. But in the blink of an eye, it was all for naught. How could he not fly into a rage and not take revenge? He was secretly on guard against this King Chung, who actually used such a method. He couldn't be underestimated. He guessed that Zheng Lide and the others had already run far away. Qin Kong would not be able to catch up to them, so there was no need for him to get entangled with them. Qin Kong's body technique was extremely high, and his cultivation level was higher than Chu Li's. If Chu Li wanted to take care of him, he would have to pay a huge price. Moreover, there were a few grandmasters eyeing him like tigers watching their prey. Moreover, with Qin Kong's cultivation level, he would definitely have a trump card. Chu Li might not be able to kill him. Instead, he would be killed by him. It was better for everyone to take a step back. At this stage of cultivation level, there was no need to fight to the death, even if there was no life or death feud. Usually, both sides would suffer. Qin Kong laughed and said, "You want to leave? Not so easy." Chu Li suddenly flashed and instantly got rid of Qin Kong's entanglement. He stepped onto a pine tree and fluttered away. "Don't even think about leaving." Qin Kong followed closely behind. The rest of the grandmasters could only stare. In the blink of an eye, the two had already disappeared. Spiritual energy from all directions surged in and turned into extremely pure inner energy. It spurred his body to move faster and faster. Qin Kong chased for a while and realized that he couldn't shorten the distance. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to catch up even if he reached the fairy's capital. He shook his head. "Young man, we'll meet again." Chu Li waved his hand and disappeared without a trace. After running for a mile, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Kong's cultivation level was higher than his. If he continued to fight, he would have to use his ultimate skill. He came to the residence and immediately found Zheng Lide. The 9 of them were staying in a courtyard. Their faces were solemn. Seeing Chu Li, Zheng Lide said, "Head Chief, are you hurt?" Chu Li said, "Just a small injury. It's nothing serious. That guy is Qin Kong. Have you guys heard of him?" "Qin Kong." Everyone frowned and pondered. In Wuqiu said, "Head Chief, I think I've heard of him. 60 years ago, Qin Kong was a very famous young genius. Just like you, Head Chief. His light body technique was unparalleled, and his palm technique was strange. But after that, there was no news of him. Everyone thought that he had mysteriously fallen." "I didn't expect him to appear again." Chu Li asked, "Which faction is he from?" In Wuqiu shook his head. "His background is very mysterious. I heard that he's from a hidden faction. No one knows." Chu Li was deep in thought. He took out a white jade bottle and poured out 2 spirit blessing pills and gave them to Zheng Lide. "Let them eat this." "Spirit blessing pill?" Zheng Lide quickly asked. Chu Li said, "Their injuries are too serious. Only the spirit blessing pill can save their lives. Qin Kong's palm energy is too strong. Everyone, be careful when you go out next time. If you meet this guy, running is useless. Call for help immediately." They slowly nodded. Their 2 companions' injuries made their hearts heavy. Qin Kong was just a light palm, but it directly shattered their internal organs. Such a strange and terrifying palm energy, they definitely could not withstand it. If it were not for the strong vitality of grandmasters, they would have been dead by now. Although they won the battle, they did not feel happy at all. "Head Chief, I see that you don't have many spirit blessing pills left," Zheng Lide said. Chu Li smiled. "There are 2 left. One for me, one for Lady Xiao. So everyone, be careful. Don't lose your life again. You still have to touch my spirit blessing pill." "Don't worry, Head Chief." Everyone laughed. They all understood the value of the spirit blessing pill. 1 pill was equivalent to a life. Chu Li took out 2 at once. It was very generous. If it was the Royal Highness, he would not be so generous. If they died, then so be it. He could just search for other masters. Chu Li said. As expected, he did not come with good intentions. Someone who dares to touch the tiger's whiskers in the imperial residence is not an ordinary person. This Qin Kong really does have the qualifications. Everyone, bring your whistling arrows. Once you meet him, shoot immediately. I will rush over. Yes, everyone said in a low voice. If they were to go against Qin Kong, they would only be beaten up. Their light body technique was not good, and their cultivation level was not high enough. However, the head chief's light body technique was top-notch. His cultivation level was high, and he could block Qin Kong. If they really met Qin Kong, they could only rely on him to save them. Chu Li smiled. This time, we killed 3 of their grandmasters. It can be considered that we have vented our anger. No matter what, it was considered a profit. We raised the prestige of the imperial residence. Everyone, don't be dejected. Head Chief, the imperial residence's strength is still not enough. Zheng lied, shook his head and sighed. We lack a top-notch master like Qin Kong. Someone laughed. Don't we have a head chief? Zheng lied, shook his head. The head chief has a high position and authority. How can we always let the head chief do it himself? Chu Li said, no matter how high my position is, I am still a member of the imperial residence. I will not just stand by and watch. Thank you, head chief. Zheng lied, fist saluted. Chu Li waved his hand. The rewards will be sent later. Everyone, you have worked hard. Go back to your work. Chapter 373. Seeing that he had returned, Song Luiying and Xuan Yu smiled. Head Chief, the 4 maids have been rescued. Song Luiying smiled. It's rare to see them in one piece. These 4 maids were all somewhat beautiful. How could they not be violated when they fell into the hands of a man who was like a tiger or a wolf? Who would have thought that they would be safe and sound? It was simply a blessing from the heavens. Xuan Yu smiled and said, these girls are really lucky. Chu Li said, it's all thanks to that lady, Ding Ning. She's so unyielding that she managed to deter those people. Otherwise, none of them would have been spared. Sa, Xuan Yu shook her head and said, this girl Ding Ning has always been like this. Song Luiying said, Ding Ning is the Xue family's girl. She followed Sister Xue into the public house. She has always been unyielding and would rather break than bend. This time she almost lost her life. It's all thanks to you, head chief. Chu Li said, she's lucky. She should be fine now, right? After taking your spirit blessing pill, it doesn't matter how serious her injuries are. Xuan Yu smiled sweetly and said, I can't repay you for saving my life. Why don't I let her serve you? You're a head chief. You can't have no one to serve you. Chu Li hurriedly waved his hand. One of the lady's maids was originally mine. There's no need for Miss Ding Ning. Just let her do it. Is it Xueling? Xuan Yu said, not only is she beautiful, her martial arts is also very good, isn't it? Her martial arts skills are far inferior. Chu Li shook his head and smiled. It's been a long time, but it's still easy to use. Xuan Yu could tell that he was rejecting her, so she did not force him. She smiled and asked, who did it? Princess, it's better if you don't know. Chu Li shook his head. With a super master, everyone was lucky enough to escape with their lives. A super expert. The 2 women frowned. Chu Li said, this kind of top-notch master is not something an ordinary force can have. Our Imperial Residence's opponent this time is not simple. His Royal Highness needs to wake up and make a decision. Sigh. The 2 women could not help but sigh. Judging from His Highness's condition, she was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do anything for a while. As he spoke, Princeton suddenly moved and slowly opened his eyes. The 2 girls were overjoyed. He hurriedly pounced over. Song Luiying hurriedly said, Your Highness? Su Ning said, His Royal Highness is still weak. He won't be awake for too long. Xuan Yu hurriedly said, Royal Highness, is your body all right? Song Luiying said, Your Highness, who decides the matters in the residence? King N's gaze fell upon Chu Li. It suddenly lit up. Chu Li said, Princesses, I have a few things to report to the Royal Highness. Should we retreat? Song Luiying asked. Chu Li shook his head. Song Luiying and Xuan Yu gave way, and Chu Li went forward to sit in front of the bed. King N frowned and looked at him. What's the matter? Chu Li said, Your Royal Highness, we've ruined someone else's plan. Princeton was very cautious of him, especially when he was in a weakened state. However, he was certain that Chu Li would not dare to kill him, so he was not worried about his own safety. He was only worried that Chu Li would take the opportunity to weaken the imperial residence. Whose good deed? King N scoffed. His thoughts became clearer. He concealed his own emotions and looked at Chu Li calmly. Chu Li said, I just found out the kidnapping of the child was originally a play, It was prepared to save people at the end, but in the end, your Royal Highness interfered halfway. Not only did the other party not gain anything, but they also lost many people. King N's expression changed slightly. Who? Chuli said, I'm guessing. I'm afraid it's King Chung. Ninth brother. King N clenched his teeth and thought for a while. He was doubtful. If Chuli was not talking about people, he would definitely deny it. But King Chung. However, he somewhat believed it. His ninth brother King Chung would definitely do such a thing. He had always been a schemer. He always took the unconventional path. Chuli said, they were so angry that they took revenge. They kidnapped 4 maids in our residence. When I went with Commander Zheng and the others to rescue them, we met a top-notch master called Chun Kong outside the town. I wonder if your Royal Highness knows this person? Chun Kong. King N sighed, but he completely believed it. Chuli shook his head. None of us is Chun Kong's opponent. How many people were lost? King N's eyes were bright, like a sharp sword piercing into his eyes. Chuli smiled. Fortunately, we managed to escape safely. But Chun Kong is a great threat. As long as he is here, there is no safety in our residence. If King Chung becomes angry, he might send Chun Kong to the residence to assassinate us. He shook his head and sighed. I'm afraid I might not be able to stop him. Chun Kong. King N looked up at the algae well in the house and sighed. This person is indeed a genius. We can't fight him. Chuli said, if he wants to harm your Royal Highness. This incident must have angered King Chung, or else he wouldn't have thought of luring us over and using Chun Kong to deal with us. He already knew the plan of this group of people, to lure out the masters in the imperial residence of King N, then use Chun Kong to kill them, cripple the strength of the imperial residence of King N, and give King N a warning. However, they did not expect Chuli to come to them so quickly. It caught them off guard. Their normal plan was for Chun Kong to wait there. Once Chuli and the others arrived, Chun Kong and the other masters would attack together. It was a deadly plan that was foolproof. King N sighed. Don't worry, he won't come to assassinate me. Chuli said, if it was anyone else, having such a big piece of meat pie stolen by your Royal Highness, they would go crazy. We have Father above us. Whoever touches us, Father will not forgive them. King N said lightly, no matter how fierce the fight, you are not allowed to endanger your opponent's life. Chuli, you're too reckless this time. Chuli spread his hands. The maids were robbed. We can't just ignore it, right? If that's the case, I'm afraid none of the maids in our residence will be spared. Sooner or later, we'll be forced to make a move. We might as well make a move early before they finish setting up. This time, if we wait for them to finish setting up, we'll fall into their trap. We'll definitely die. Sigh. King N shook his head and sighed. Every time he thought about King Chung, he had a headache. This guy was like a mad dog, full of tricks impossible to guard against. If he really provoked him, there would be trouble. Thinking about this, he glared at Chuli fiercely. It was all this guy's fault. Chuli said, Your Royal Highness, I'm prepared to make the first move. I'll give them a vicious blow. Are you crazy? King N's expression suddenly changed. He shouted in a deep voice, There's already endless trouble. You still want to provoke him? Chuli frowned. Your Royal Highness, will King Chung let this go? That's still better than you initiating the provocation. King N waved his hand. Don't mess around, step aside. Chuli said, Your Royal Highness is worried about me. You're afraid that I'll purposely send the people in the residence to their deaths. Am I right? King N's expression changed slightly. His face turned gloomy. It's good that you know. Chuli said in a deep voice, Your Royal Highness, our grudges were originally for different masters. Now that I'm part of the Imperial residence, of course I'll be loyal to the Imperial residence. I definitely won't do such a thing. Your Royal Highness, are you really not going to tolerate me? His eyes were bright. He was magnanimous and calm. A sneer hung on the corner of King N's mouth. He did not believe him at all. He said coldly, In short, you're not allowed to act on your own. This time without my orders. They left the residence on their own. I'll hold them responsible. Chuli said, Then your Royal Highness can hold me responsible first. I shouldn't have brought people to save people before your Royal Highness woke up. Shut up, King shouted. He suddenly coughed violently, his pale face flushed red. Song Luiying and Xuaningyu quickly went forward and lightly patted his back. Chu Li Fist saluted, turned around, and left. Stop! King ignored his coughing. He shouted again. Chu Li stopped. He did not turn around. Chapter 374. Chu Li turned around and sneered. Since His Royal Highness is so worried about me, it's boring for me to be the head chief. Why don't you just get rid of my position, lest everyone is at a loss? Don't think that I won't dare. King glared at him coldly. Chu Li said, Your Royal Highness is the head of the imperial residence. Of course, you can do whatever you want. Who can control you? No matter how much effort I put in and how much risk I take, Wang Ye will not trust me. That's good. I don't want to be a chief steward. Wang Ye should just remove me and let me stay by Miss side peacefully. King sneered. Do you really think so? Chu Li closed fist saluted and said faintly, Please grant my wish, Your Royal Highness. Very well. King scoffed. Your Highness. Song Luiying quickly interrupted him. King glared at her in annoyance. Song Luiying said, Your Highness, if it wasn't for the head chief's prompt decision, I'm afraid the 4 maids in our residence would have lost their lives. No matter what, the head chief has done a great service. Xuaningyu said, Your Royal Highness, Sister Song is right. It's better to be cautious. Once Your Royal Highness falls into a coma, there'll be no one in charge in the imperial residence. We 2 women really can't do it. The chief steward's position is the highest, and he can be a pillar at crucial times. Xuaningyu and Song Luiying's words made Prince an even more uneasy. This surnamed Chu was too good at winning people's hearts. Both of his princesses were standing on his side, and he was completely alone. This was really scary. He couldn't allow him to cause any more trouble. After his injuries were healed, he must find a way to get rid of this guy. During this period of time, when she was seriously injured, if she allowed him to jump up and down, she was afraid that the hearts of the entire Wang Fu would be won over by him, leaving her isolated. She could not allow such a thing to happen. As for whether she handled things unfairly, she could not care so much. You don't have to say anything more. Chu Li mobilized the protectors without permission, which is a taboo in the public house. Remove him from his position as the head chief. Prince said coldly, Your Highness. The 2 women exclaimed. Chu Li smiled and closed fist saluted. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. If Your Royal Highness has no other orders, I will return to Lady Zhao's side to be a protector. Goodbye. He turned around and left the study with a smile on his face. It seemed like King had really lost his mind. After he was injured, his heart was restless and his emotions were extreme. How could he do such a stupid thing? Doing so would undoubtedly strengthen his authority, but it would also cause dissension. As the chief steward, he had made a great contribution, but he was punished by the Wang Ye for saving someone. The people in the Fu would not dare to resist, but they would sympathize with him, which would increase his prestige. Reputation was something that could only be obtained by paying a certain price. A chief steward. It was enough to exchange for enough reputation. As for the position of chief steward, it was only in name. His current authority was enough to get hundreds of people to respond to his call. In addition, he had faintly become the #1 expert of the prince's mansion. His prestige was strong enough, so he did not need this empty title. Xuaningyu watched as Chu Li left in a carefree manner. She said in dissatisfaction, Your Royal Highness, what's wrong with you? After the 4 maids went missing, Commander Zheng and the others did not have your password. It was Chu Li who shouldered the responsibility and forced them to act to save the 4 maids. But you punished the meritorious officials heavily. Who would dare to shoulder the responsibility in the future? King waved his hand in annoyance. If it were someone else, I would not have dealt with it this way. Chu Li is different. This person has the ambition of a wolf. We must guard against him. Where did this wolf's ambition come from? Xuaningyu said snappily, He is loyal and devoted. He did not have to do these things that would arouse suspicion, but for the imperial residence, he did it without hesitation. Isn't it disappointing for you to do this? Song Luiying said, "Your Royal Highness, you shouldn't have stripped him of his position as head chief." "Shut up." King An's face darkened. He scoffed. "You're not allowed to mention Chu Li in front of me anymore." The two ladies looked at each other and sighed helplessly. It seemed like the Royal Highness was jealous of Chu Li. That was true. Chu Li was young, but he had exceptional martial arts. Moreover, he was rank 1. No matter how they looked at it, he was better than the Royal Highness. No wonder he treated Chu Li so badly. It was because of jealousy. Men were also very narrow-minded. Even as a prince, he was no exception. All right, let's not talk about him." Xuan Ningyu smiled. "Your Royal Highness, when will you recover from your injury?" "I'll recover very soon." King An said faintly. "Without your Royal Highness, our imperial residence will be without a leader. It will really be a mess." Song Luiying shook her head. "Your Royal Highness, you should take care of your body and get well soon." I'm fine." King An revealed a smile. At this moment, the sound of an argument came from outside. Zheng Lide's deep, reprimanding voice was heard. "What's going on?" King An frowned and scoffed. "Let Zheng Lide in." Zheng Lide quickly strode into the study room. When he got close, he lightened his footsteps and closed fists saluted. "Who's making a racket outside?" King An stared at him coldly. He was very dissatisfied with this commander. He was actually persuaded by Chu Li to leave the imperial residence. Such a weak-willed person would not be able to handle such a great responsibility. "Your Royal Highness, it's just a small argument. It's already been settled." Zheng Lide quickly said. King An said faintly, "Speak." "Your Royal Highness, there were 2 protectors who were speaking up for the head chief." Zheng Lide said carefully. They're quite loyal." King An sneered. "Which 2? In Wuqiu and Deng Qi." Zheng Lide said helplessly. "They said that the head chief had made a great contribution, but your Royal Highness treated him like this. It's a little unfair. I scolded them a little and left." "In Wuqiu and Deng Qi," King An said faintly. "Since they like the head chief so much, then transfer them to Princess Sio's side." "Yes." Zheng Lide nodded. "But your Royal Highness, the protectors on both sides take turns. Then ask them to leave the imperial residence." King An said. It was a critical period. People's hearts were wavering. They needed to use a thunderous method to intimidate everyone. Otherwise, if he were to fall unconscious again, the imperial residence would be in chaos. "Your Royal Highness." Zheng Lide was shocked. King An coldly stared at him. "Why? Are you pleading for them?" Zheng Lide quickly shook his head. "Your Royal Highness, we're already short on manpower. If we ask them to leave, we'll really be stretched thin. I think they like the head chief more." King An sneered. "If that's the case, there's no point in staying in the imperial residence. I'll grant them their wish." Zheng Lide quickly said, "Your Royal Highness, the head chief saved their lives. If they don't say anything at this time, they'll be too inhumane." "Oh," King An said faintly, "save their lives?" Their internal organs were shattered by Chun Kong's palm. If it weren't for the spirit blessing pill from the head chief, they wouldn't have survived. Zheng Lide said, They sure know how to buy people's hearts." King An sneered. Zheng Lide quickly said, "You save their lives. They can't just say nothing. They're still loyal to your Royal Highness. They're willing to go through fire and water for your Royal Highness." He secretly scoffed. Whether it was buying people's hearts or winning people's hearts, no matter what, they still took out the spirit blessing pill, a real life-saving item. Chapter 375. Prince An pondered for a moment and slowly nodded. "Fine. For the sake of their friendship, I'll exempt them from punishment. You left the residence without permission. Each of you will be fined 1,000 taels of silver. If there's a next time, you'll be expelled from the residence." "Yes, your Royal Highness," Zheng Lide respectfully replied, not daring to show his unhappy expression. Prince An said faintly, "Is it because I'm punishing them like this?" "I dare not," Zheng Lide hurriedly said. Prince An said, "If anyone can order you around, what's the use of you? There won't be a next time." "Yes," Zheng Lide respectfully replied. Princeton waved his hand, looking a little tired. Zheng lied, carefully retreated out of the study room, and let out a long sigh of relief. He felt that his back was wet and sticky. Princeton turned to look at Su Ning. "Revered sir, please take care of my safety." Su Ning pressed his palms together. "Your Royal Highness, after you sleep, who will be in charge?" Song Luing frowned and lightly asked. She did not mention Chu Li anymore. "Do not act recklessly in the residence. Do not let anyone out." Princeton lightly said, "Be careful of the people from the imperial residence of Prince Cheng. Rumor has it that Prince Cheng is arrogant. No one dares to provoke him." Xuanning Yu scoffed. "If he really provokes us, are we just going to endure it?" "Enduring is the best." Princeton sighed. "We'll talk about it after my injuries recover." "When will you recover, Your Royal Highness?" "Give me a definite answer." Xuanning Yu scoffed. Princeton pondered for a moment and shook his head. "A month. You can discuss the big and small matters in the residence, but don't let the protectors leave the residence. Just guard the door tightly." "All right." The two girls slowly nodded. Guarding the door tightly was not difficult. If they really sent people out to do things, it would be difficult for them. Xuanning Yu said, "Your Royal Highness, if there's really no other way, I'll let my eldest brother come over to guard the imperial residence." "Absolutely not." Prince N's expression changed. His spirit was getting more and more tired. He could not lift his spirits, but he still forced himself to say, "If your eldest brother comes, I won't be able to explain myself." A prince cannot be involved with the army. This is a taboo in the imperial court. You must not ask your eldest brother to come over, or else you'll be harming me. "You're still thinking about this at this time?" "All right." Xuanning Yu scoffed. "Then let Sister Song's big brother come over." "That won't do either." Princeton tried his best to open his eyes and said, "You two should discuss everything. Just guard the door tightly and don't cause any trouble. If there's trouble, just endure it. I'll deal with it when I wake up." "Yes." The two women nodded helplessly. Princeton could no longer keep his heavy eyelids open and fell into a deep sleep again. "Revered one, when will the Royal Highness wake up again?" Song Luing asked. Su Ning pressed his palms together and said, "He will wake up in 6 hours." "Wang Fei, there is no need to keep watch here. When Wang Ye wakes up, I will send someone to inform you." "Sister Song, go back and rest first." "I'll stay on guard here," Xuanning Yu said. Song Luing nodded slightly. "All right, I'll come over tonight." When Shuli returned to Tianshu Courtyard, the sun was setting and the courtyard was dyed red. Seo Shur was half lying on the bed, her beautiful face smiling faintly. Her limpid eyes looked at him from head to toe. Her gaze was captivating under the setting sun. Shuli approached. "What's wrong?" Seo Shur scoffed and cast a sidelong glance at him. "Did you steal the limelight again?" Shuli could not help but laugh. "I lost my position as the head chief." Seo Shur's face darkened. Shuli said, "When Princeton woke up, he blamed me for moving the protectors out of the residence and removed my position as the head chief. From now on, I can stay here peacefully. I'm free from worries." "You don't mean what you say." Seo Shur rolled her eyes at him and scoffed. "He's quite decisive." She felt that if she were Princeton, she would remove Chu Li too. Once Princeton was unconscious, the head chief was the most powerful person in the residence. But he was his enemy. How could he be allowed to do as he pleased? It would be best to remove him. If it really did not work, he could just restore him after the incident and add some compensation. Princeton should be familiar with this kind of simple management technique. Shuli smiled. "He has the qualities of a hero." Unfortunately, he shook his head and laughed. If Princeton had removed his position as the head chief the first time he woke up, there would not have been any trouble. At most, the people would have talked about it. They would not have said much. They would not have sympathized with him or respected him. Unfortunately, the opportunity was fleeting. Princeton did not grasp the opportunity. It gave him a chance to perform and win over the hearts of the people. Even if Princeton died now, he still had enough prestige to control the entire residence. There would not be any trouble. Seo Shur said, "You're willing to let him be removed? If he's removed, then so be it. This head chief is only in name. It's better now that he's in name, but not in name." Chuli smiled. Co Sure burst into laughter. There's still a name, but not a name. Keep bragging. Yang Su pursed her lips and smiled. My lady, we all heard what the chief said. It warmed our hearts. Everyone's heart is definitely on the chief's side. They will listen to what the chief says. Naive. Co Sure glared at her. They will listen to Prince and even more. All right, it's fine if he's removed from office. Your head chief is really meaningless. As they were talking, Song Luing, who was dressed in a late green gown, walked over gracefully. Head chief, His Royal Highness is heavily injured. He's not in a good mood. Song Luing smiled. It's inevitable that he will go to extremes. Please forgive him. Chuli shook his head and smiled. Princess Song, His Royal Highness' decision is not wrong. I don't blame His Royal Highness. Song Luing was surprised. Chuli sighed. Princess, you don't know about the grudge between His Royal Highness and me? What grudge? Song Luing asked curiously. Speaking of which, it's my fault that the imperial residence's strength has declined. Chuli shook his head and sighed. Back then, His Royal Highness set up a trap on the way to escort the bride. He let 10 masters from the imperial residence disguise themselves as assassins to assassinate me. I beat him at his own game and killed the 10 assassins. How could His Royal Highness not hold a grudge? Those 10 protectors were killed by you, head chief. Song Luing asked in surprise. Chuli smiled bitterly. I did it with the protectors of the House of High Duke. I didn't ask for their identities. I killed them right away. His Royal Highness had a hard time talking about it. No wonder His Royal Highness doesn't like you. Song Luing suddenly realized. She shook her head and sighed. Those were 10 grandmasters. His Royal Highness was so distressed that he couldn't sleep. He said that I ruined his big plan. Chuli said, His Royal Highness didn't kill me. That's already magnanimous. Song Luing looked at him helplessly. Sigh, I thought I could persuade His Royal Highness. Looks like there's no other way. He's worried that His Royal Highness would secretly get rid of him. Co Sure smiled faintly. Now he's relieved. Song Luing remained silent. After all, they had been married for more than 10 years. She understood Prince and's character. He was definitely not a magnanimous person. Chuli doing such a thing would probably make him a thorn in His Royal Highness's side. He would definitely think of a way to kill him. Head chief, why don't you return to the House of High Duke? Song Luing sighed. Why bother getting involved in this mess? Chuli glanced at Co Sure. I'm really worried about the second lady here alone. The imperial residence isn't as scary as you think. Song Luing smiled. Outsiders don't understand. They think that once you enter the House of High Duke, it's as deep as the sea. The imperial residence must be filled with danger. It's actually not that complicated. Chuli smiled. Chapter 376. Head Chief, Protector Ing and Protector Deng are requesting to see you. One of Song Luing's maids came over and reported. The ladies looked at him. Chuli waved his hand and said, Let them go. I understand their intentions. Yes, the maid went out lightly. The 2 protectors were trying to avenge you, Head Chief, and were almost chased out of the imperial residence by His Royal Highness, Song Luing sighed. Not even meeting them, aren't you afraid of hurting their feelings? Chuli shook his head and sighed. Meeting them won't do them any good. It's better not to. Song Luing looked at him deeply and shook her head. If His Royal Highness could be magnanimous and take Chuli under him, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. He was a rare genius. Unfortunately, His Royal Highness was not magnanimous enough. This was something that could not be helped. Magnanimity and temperament were mostly innate. It was hard to change. His Royal Highness could not force himself to be magnanimous. After dinner, Song Luing went to Prince and study room. There was only Xuan Yu in the study room. Su Ning was nowhere to be seen. Seeing her come in, Xuan Yu yawned and wanted to get up and leave. Song Luing pulled her back and repeated Chu Li's words. Xuan Yu's eyes widened. She looked at Song Luing in shock. Song Luing shook her head and sighed. It seems that the head chief is not one of us. His Royal Highness will not tolerate him. That's a pity. Xuan Yu frowned. Such a person cannot be used by himself. His Royal Highness is really... Forget it. We can't care so much. What should we do? It seems that we can't let the head chief interfere with the matters of the imperial residence in the future. Song Luing shook her head and said, the head chief said all this because he had this intention to be detached from worldly affairs and only care about Sister Co. Sigh, what a pity. Xuanning Yu sighed. Initially, I was thinking of finding a chance to persuade the Royal Highness to be more open-minded, but it seems like that won't work now. The head chief has saved our lives before. We can't just watch him die like that. I hope His Royal Highness will forget about him, Song Luing said. If the head chief stayed in Tianshu courtyard and did not do anything, as time passed, His Royal Highness might slowly calm his heart. His Royal Highness would forget about him. Princess! Li Gui's voice came from outside. What now? Xuanning Yu scoffed impatiently. She listened to Chu Li. As he stared at Li Gui, he noticed that something was amiss. This fellow was indeed interested in Wang Xiaoer. She wanted to find an opportunity to chase him away. She didn't want him to wander around in front of her. Li Gui said, the guards at the gate were beaten. Didn't we close the doors of the residence? Xuanning Yu scoffed. Li Gui said, close the mansion gate. However, we still need guards. I didn't expect someone to be so bold as to injure 2 guards. Is he all right? His legs and arms are broken, and his tendons are torn. Even if he recovers, he probably won't have much of his martial arts left. Li Gui sighed. He was also a martial artist, so he knew that this kind of injury was the most terrifying. Xuanning Yu said, go get some of our family's golden wound ointment and treat them well. Yes, Li Gui replied. Wang Fei, do we still need to send guards outside? Xuanning Yu glanced at Song Luing. Song Luing furrowed her brows and thought about it, shaking her head. She would send more guards outside. It would probably be the same result. The other party was obviously bullying them. It must be Prince Cheng who did it. How hateful. However, before His Royal Highness went to bed, he reminded them to bear with it. Moreover, with Chun Kong around, the guards in the residence wouldn't be able to get anything good out there. Xuanning Yu scoffed. What guards? Are they going to die? Li Gui replied carefully, yes. Hurry up and treat their injuries. Xuanning Yu said, we can't invite the imperial physician anymore. Just use the golden wound ointment. Use it to your heart's content. Don't let them be crippled. Yes, Li Gui replied, and slowly retreated. Song Luing sighed, shook her head and said, Prince Cheng is an unscrupulous person. He won't let it go, and he'll go even further. No matter how much he goes, he can't just barge into the residence, right? Xuanning Yu clenched her teeth and said hatefully, if they really dare to barge into the residence, then we'll teach them a lesson. I'm just afraid that the protectors in the residence won't be able to handle these people. Song Luing shook her head. Let's see what His Royal Highness says when he wakes up. Xuanning Yu said. As the 2 of them were talking, Prince En slowly woke up. Your Royal Highness. The 2 of them were overjoyed. Prince En revealed a smile. Seeing that the 2 princesses were looking at him with such concern, his cold heart was filled with a hint of warmth. Your Royal Highness, the protectors who were guarding the door outside were injured, their limbs were broken, and their tendons were torn. Song Luing sighed. I'm afraid that they'll have a lingering illness. Now that we don't know what to do, what should we do? Prince En's face darkened. Xuanning Yu said, I'm worried that Prince Cheng's next step will be to barge into the residence. That damned fellow. He wouldn't dare. Prince En scoffed coldly. Xuanning Yu said, I don't think he wouldn't dare. Song Luing sighed. I'm afraid that the protectors in our residence won't be of any use. What if Chun Kong barges into the residence? What should we do? Prince En frowned and pondered. If it really doesn't work, then let's ask the Imperial House protectors. Xuanning Yu said, Your Royal Highness, you shouldn't hide your injuries from Her Majesty. I don't want Mother to worry. Prince En shook his head. Xuanning Yu said, If Her Majesty knows that you're injured, she'll definitely come to visit. Even Prince Cheng wouldn't dare to act so recklessly. Prince En gave her a sidelong glance. If he were to ask for help from the Imperial House, then in his father's eyes, he would become a weakling. He would be able to solve the predicament in front of him, but the harm to him would be far-reaching and endless. Song Luing said, Your Royal Highness, now that we're out of ideas, I'm afraid that Commander Zheng and the others won't be able to do anything to this Chen Kong, right? He wouldn't dare to go overboard, Prince said in a low voice. Although Prince Chung had a bad temper, acted in an extreme manner, and took an unconventional approach, he was still his brother. No matter how much trouble he caused, he couldn't go overboard. At most, he would vent his anger on the protectors, but he wouldn't hurt the princess or himself. So we'll just let him deal with us unscrupulously? Song Luiying scoffed. Xuan Yu's bright eyes stared at him. Prince frowned and did not say a word. He was deep in thought. Xuan Yu sighed quietly. The Royal Highness was indeed too narrow-minded and could not tolerate anything. When Chu Li killed the protectors of the imperial house, it was not for himself, but for the High Duke's public house. They were all serving their own masters, so he shouldn't be too harsh on them. However, the Royal Highness held on to this grudge and refused to let it go. Xuan Yu could not hold it in anymore. She said, "Your Royal Highness, should we mention this to the head chief?" "You're not allowed to." Prince N's face was cold. He stared at her indifferently. "You're not allowed to say a word to Chu Li. Remember, when you return, seal the Tianshu courtyard. You're not allowed to spread any news inside. Your Royal Highness." Xuan Yu wanted to persuade him. Song Luiying quickly said, "Yes, we won't let the head chief know." "Your Royal Highness, are you just going to endure it?" "Endure it?" Prince N scoffed. "Wait until my martial arts recover, then I'll settle the score with them. It's not a big deal to endure it for a while." "Yes." The two ladies nodded helplessly. Li Gui's voice came from outside again. "Princess, 2 scribes were killed. Aren't we not allowed to leave the imperial house?" Xuan Yu quickly said. Chapter 377. "Got it." Xuan Yu scoffed. Li Gui slowly retreated. He knew that the princess was in a bad mood, so he wouldn't go up to her. If he wasn't the deputy director, he would also hide far away like Song Sansi. Xuan Yu looked at Prince N's expression was calm and indifferent, as if he did not hear the news just now. Song Luiying sighed softly. "Your Highness, are we going to ignore it?" "Endure." Prince N spat out coldly. Song Luiying said, "I'm just afraid that they will continue to kill. I still have to endure it." King N said coldly, "As long as they don't kill you and me, I will endure it." "Royal Highness, please recover your martial arts as soon as possible," Xuan Yu said. Prince N gritted his teeth and looked like he was struggling. In the end, he slowly said, "I will recover as soon as possible and teach Ninth Brother a lesson that he will never forget." The two women nodded silently, not in the mood to talk. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard from outside, and Li Gui's voice could be heard. "Wang Fei, what is it now?" Xuan Yu thought that she was going to hear bad news again. She scoffed impatiently. "Hurry up and tell me." "Princess, good news," Li Gui said excitedly. "The 2 masters were killed by the head chief." "Head chief? Did you hear wrongly?" Xuan Yu scoffed and looked at Prince N. Unfortunately, Li Gui wasn't in front of him and couldn't see his expression. Li Gui said, "That's right. It was the head chief who dealt with those 2 fellows. They're both grandmasters. It really is." Li Gui was so happy that he did not notice Xuan Yu's tone. "Shut up." Xuan Yu scoffed. Li Gui's voice came to an abrupt halt as he was greatly surprised. Xuan Yu said coldly, "All right, I know. You may leave." "Yes." Li Gui was baffled. He thought that since he had reported good news, the princess should be happy. Maybe she would reward him greatly. He didn't expect such a reaction. The atmosphere in the study was so oppressive that one could hear a pin drop. Prince N's face was so gloomy that it looked like it was about to drip water. His eyes were bright and burning with anger. The two women looked at each other and sighed inwardly. The head chief was also a smart person. "Why are you doing such foolish things?" Prince N suddenly let out a cold laugh. "Heh, he's everywhere." The two women did not speak. They understood that this was not a good time to talk about it. Pleading for the chief steward was like adding oil to the fire. If he didn't plead for the chief steward, he was afraid that the prince would continue to speak and might immediately make an irreversible decision. Princeton breathed heavily. Her body was already weak to begin with. Now that she was agitated by Chu Li's news, she immediately felt uncomfortable. Her pale cheeks flushed red as if she was drunk. Wangya. The two women were shocked and quickly reached out to pat him to calm him down. Xuanning said, "Your Royal Highness, don't think too much. Calm down and have a good rest. The most important thing is to recover as soon as possible. Don't bother about these trivial matters." Song Luiying nodded. "Who sent him a news?" Princeton tried his best to suppress his anger and said coldly, "Find him and chase him out of the residence." The two women immediately revealed a troubled expression. Leaving the residence now was tantamount to courting death. Prince Cheng's guards outside would not let him go. Song Luiying's mind raced, and she scoffed. "It's me." Prince Anne's expression changed. His eyes pierced her like a sword. "You?" Song Luiying said, "I've tried to persuade Chu Li to be more well-behaved and not to anger you, Your Royal Highness. Otherwise, Your Royal Highness might really kick him out of the public house. I didn't expect him to be so stubborn. He still did such a thing. He will never let go of such an act of buying people's hearts." Princeton sneered. "His wild ambition is as clear as day." Song Luiying said, "Then should we chase him out of the residence now?" "Chase him out of the residence?" Princeton said coldly. "What reason do we have? Because he helped us. He avenged the people in the residence. So we have to chase him out? Just chase him out. Why do we have to care about the reason?" Song Luiying said. She also understood that after Chu Li did such a thing, the Royal Highness would definitely not tolerate him. It was better to just let him go, to avoid a fatal disaster. "No." Princeton shook his head. "He's rank 1, without a valid reason. We can't chase him out." Xuanning said, "Then we'll find an excuse after this." "Royal Highness, calm down. Don't bother about him. I will warn him again to make him more obedient," Song Luiying said. Princeton suddenly regained his calmness. He said lightly, "It'll be weird if he listens to you." "All right, let him be. If he wants to buy people's hearts, then let him be. Let's see if he can jump." "Until when?" A faint sneer hung on the corner of his mouth. The two ladies felt a chill in their hearts. They knew that he had the intention to kill. No matter what, he was going to kill Chu Li. Princeton quickly became sleepy again. Xuanning bid farewell and left, hurrying to Tianshu Courtyard. In Tianshu Courtyard, the lanterns were already lit. The small courtyard was illuminated as if it was daytime. Co Sure had already entered the house. She could not stand the eerie coldness outside. Chu Li was still in his white robe, quietly sitting by the stone table, holding a book in his hand, reading it attentively, occasionally revealing a knowing smile. Xuanning came to the small courtyard. Seeing his calm smile, she said impatiently, "Head Chief, you still have the mood to read." Chu Li put down the book, stood up, and closed fists saluted. "Princess Shui, the lady is in the house. I'm looking for you." Xuanning scoffed. Her sweet and charming face showed a helpless expression. "Why did you attack again?" "So it's this matter." Chu Li smiled. Xuanning stared at him, sighed. "Do you know that this will anger His Royal Highness?" Chu Li said, "His Royal Highness must be blaming me for winning people's hearts. I have bad intentions. Since you know, why did you still provoke His Royal Highness?" Xuanning said impatiently, "At first we were thinking of finding a chance to give His Royal Highness some pillow talk so that he will not have the intention to kill you, but you're just adding fuel to the fire." Chu Li sighed. "Princess, do you want me to watch others bully our residents and kill people without restraint?" Xuanning sighed. "You saved the people of the residence, but you brought a fatal disaster upon yourself." She had already said it bluntly. She believed that Chu Li could understand. Chu Li said, "Even if His Royal Highness wants to kill me, I can't tolerate the imperial residents being bullied like this, and the people of the imperial residence being killed without restraint. Why are you so stubborn?" Xuanning said impatiently, "Why do you have to kill people? You can just secretly chase them away. They killed people of our residence. How can we just let them leave?" Chu Li said coldly. Xuanning looked at him helplessly. Chu Li said, "Princess, You don't have to persuade me. As long as I am in the residence, it doesn't matter if His Royal Highness kills me or not. I will not allow anyone to bully us. You. Xuan Yu pointed at him. She was touched and helpless. She was filled with emotions, but she did not know what to say. Chu said, Princess, you don't have to persuade His Royal Highness. His Royal Highness is determined to kill me. If I see that the situation is not good, I will run away and return to the public house. In my opinion, you should leave now, Xuan Yu said. Don't wait for His Royal Highness to wake up. Chu looked into the house. Xuan Yu said, Sister Xiao will be fine. Chu shook his head and said calmly, I promise someone to take good care of the lady. Chapter 378. Xiao Shi's gentle voice rang. Chu, come in. Chu withdrew his gaze from Princess Xue's slender back and turned to enter the house. Xiao Shi was lying on her side on the bed with a thin blanket covering her alluring curves. Her expression was languid as she looked at him with her limpid eyes. Did you make a move again? Chu nodded. Xiao Shi smiled. Don't tell me it's really like what you told Princess Xue, that you will not hesitate to do anything for the sake of righteousness. I'm telling the truth this time, Chu said with a smile. I don't have any ulterior motives. I just can't stand it anymore. It's rare that you have such a chivalrous heart. Xiao Shi pursed her lips and smiled. Prince must be mad with anger right now. Who knows, he might send someone to kill you first and shift the blame to the imperial residence of Prince Cheng. Chu shook his head and smiled. Xiao Shi sighed. It must have been hard on you to keep you in the imperial residence. Chu glared at her. Xiao Shi pursed her lips and smiled. But I feel that the imperial residence is much smaller than the House of High Dukes. It's quite stuffy. Every inch of land in the fairy's capital is worth its weight in gold. It's not as spacious as the High Duke's public house. Even the imperial house is not as big as the High Duke's public house. Chu shook his head. Lady, if you're bored, why don't we go out for a walk? Xiao Shi smiled. Where are we going? How about the High Duke's public house? Chu smiled. Xiao Shi glanced at him flirtatiously. At least you know what's good for you. Go back to the High Duke's public house and have a look. She had only been here for a few days, and she was already homesick. Chu removed the Sarira prayer bead from his hand and passed them to Xue Ling. If anyone comes looking for the princess, just crush one of them. Yes. Xue Ling smiled. When will Master be back? We'll be back tomorrow morning, Chu said. Do you have anything you want to bring back? The two girls shook their heads. Chu did not say anything else. He bent down and picked Xiao Shi up. Spiritual energy like threads and threads seeped into her body, slowly healing her injuries. After a few flashes, he returned to the island of Symphony of the High Duke's public house. Xiao Shi's injuries had recovered a little. Although she was still weak, she could walk like a normal person. The island of Symphony was brightly lit. Xiao Taiying was sitting in a gazebo amidst a cluster of flowers, lost in thought. Coincidentally, the two of them appeared in the gazebo opposite of Xiao Taiying. Xiao Taiying was filled with melancholy. He had always been worried about his second younger sister. He did not know how she was doing and whether she was being bullied by Prince, and thinking of this, he felt as if he was being burned by a raging fire. He could not wait to run to the imperial residence of King and rescue her. When he saw the two of them, his eyes widened. Chu put Xiao Shi down and stood aside. Xiao Shi smiled at Xiao Taiying. Big brother, what are you doing here? Xiao Taiying quickly rubbed his eyes, thinking that he was dreaming. Big brother, you're not dreaming. Xiao Shi chuckled. I sneaked back to the public house. Second sister, is it really you? Xiao Taiying stood up abruptly. Xiao Shi smiled. Who else would it be if not me? What are you doing here alone in the middle of the night? Oh, I see, you're thinking of me. Xiao Taiying was a little embarrassed. He waved his hand and said, No, I just want to be alone and think about some things. Xiao Shi chuckled. Where's sister-in-law? She went back to her parents' home. Xiao Taiying said, Mother-in-law is sick. She has to go back to take care of her. You're not trying to trick her into going back and never coming back, are you? Xiao Shi scoffed. CO Tying shook his head and said, "She's really sick. Father-in-law and mother-in-law have agreed to the marriage. The wedding will be held in a month. It's a shame that you can't come back." "Why can't I come back?" CO sure scoffed. "I'll definitely come back. You've just married into the imperial residence. Can you come back?" CO Tying frowned. "No problem," CO sure said. CO Tying let out a smile. "Looks like you didn't suffer much. It's just that you don't look too good." "I'm sick," CO sure said. "I'm not used to the climate." "It's nothing." Chu Li's spiritual energy was still lingering in her body. It was warm and comfortable. "How did Princeton treat you?" CO Tying asked with difficulty. He was always afraid to think about this question. In his mind, Princeton hated this marriage so much. Once his second sister married him, she would definitely not have a good life. It was no different from jumping into a fire pit. Just thinking about it made him so worried that he could not sleep. CO sure smiled. "I fell sick after the ceremony. If I ignore him, he'll feel bored. He won't come back. It's like I'm not married." "That's good." CO Tying let out a long sigh. He looked at Chu Li and sighed. "Chu Li, it's been hard on you." "Master CO Tying is too polite." Chu Li shook his head and smiled. "Is there anything big in the imperial residence?" CO Tying smiled. "It's peaceful. Thanks to you killing the 10 grandmasters, the people in the martial arts world are all well-behaved. They've never been so obedient before. Even Hawaii Public House is very quiet. I'm not used to it. There were no more than 100 grandmasters in the martial arts world. Chu Li had killed 10 of them in one go. This was a great shock to the entire martial arts world, let alone the martial arts world within the borders of the High Duke's Public House. They might only have 10 grandmasters in total. Even if these people gathered together, they would not be enough for the House of High Dukes to kill. The House of High Dukes had hidden such an amazing strength. They could not help but feel disheartened. Before they accumulated enough strength, they dared not act recklessly in case they were suppressed by the House of High Dukes. CO sure said, "The House of High Dukes is peaceful now. However, the imperial residence is in trouble. Their strength has been greatly damaged. That's why they were bullied." Chu Li even had to do it himself. CO Tying hurriedly asked, "What happened?" CO sure then explained the situation. CO Tying frowned. "Prince Chung, this is not easy. As far as I know, Prince Chung has been stubborn since he was young. When he grew up, he became even worse. He was willful, reckless, and lawless." CO sure scoffed. "The Emperor did not punish him? His temper is to the Emperor's liking. He's reckless and straightforward. He says whatever he wants to say. He's different from the other princes who are shrewd. So the Emperor could not bear to punish him." CO Tying shook his head. This made him more and more lawless. It's not a good thing to provoke Prince Chung. Can Princeton handle it? In terms of being favored by the Emperor, 10 Prince and can't even compare to 1 Prince Chung. CO Tying shook his head. Prince Chung is forthright. He has the aura of a martial arts master. He has gathered many masters. You have to be careful. CO Tying took out a white jade porcelain and passed it to Chu Li. "There are 10 spirit blessing pills in here. The flaming sun that you brought back last time is extremely potent. These 10 spirit blessing pills are made from them. They're much more potent than our usual spirit blessing pills." Chu Li smiled as he received it and thanked him. The last time they went to 100,000 Hills, they picked some flaming sundae. The flaming sun was rare in the outside world, but not in the House of High Dukes. It was the main ingredient for making spirit blessing pills. The spirit herb garden in the House of High Dukes had always been growing it. However, the efficacy of the flaming sun cultivated in the spirit soil was worlds apart from the flaming sun grown in 100,000 Hills. Use these 10 spirit blessing pills carefully. CO Tying solemnly instructed. Not only can it save lives, but it can also heal people immediately. It's a miracle medicine. It can turn the tide at a critical moment. Chu Li nodded solemnly. The spirit blessing pill could only save lives. Even if one was still breathing, they could still be saved. However, the injuries on the body still needed to be healed slowly. It was impossible to heal in one go. However, the spirit blessing pill in his arms could heal injuries immediately. Its power was truly astonishing. As the three of them were chatting and laughing in the island of Symphony of the House of High Dukes, Mengji brought three young men with imposing auras to the courtyard where the study room was. Chapter 379. King had just woken up. His eyes were bright. Beside him were Princess Song and Princess Shui. Suning was there too, but he was subconsciously ignored. "Greetings, Your Highness." Meng Ji was tanned and skinny. His face was covered in dust, as if he had traveled a long distance in one go. Princess said faintly, "Have you found the person? I didn't let you down, Your Highness. I've found him." Meng Ji's spirits were lifted. He cupped his fists and said, "He's waiting outside." "All right, let them in." King An's eyes suddenly brightened, and he said in a deep voice, "Yes." Meng Ji cupped his fists and retreated. Princess Song and Princess Shui looked at King and in surprise. Princess smiled faintly. "I've been enduring it all this while, and I've been doing it. Finally, I don't have to endure this anymore." "Who did the Royal Highness find?" Xuanyu asked. "Top-notch masters," Princess said excitedly. "With them in the residence, we won't have to be afraid of Ninth Brother's people anymore." "Is he really that powerful?" Xuanyu was skeptical. She knew that such a master was not easy to find. There were only a few of them in the world, and they were as free as the clouds and wild cranes. It was impossible for them to be recruited by the palace. Princess smiled without saying a word. "Greetings, Your Highness." The three of them followed Meng Ji into the study room and cupped their fists as they said in a deep voice. Xuanyu looked at the three of them. The three of them were all good-looking. Two of them were handsome, and one of them was heroic. Their gazes were sharp and threatening. Princess restrained his excitement and glanced at the three of them absent-mindedly. He nodded slightly and said, "Lu Xing here." A handsome young man stepped forward and solemnly cupped his fists. "Greetings, Your Highness." "Xiang Fei Xue," King said. Another handsome young man held a folding fan in his hand. He waved it twice before closing it. He smiled and cupped his fists. "Xiang Fei Xue greets Your Highness." "Hui Yuhao." King nodded slightly and looked at the last person. Hui Yuhao's heroic aura was overbearing, and his expression was cold and arrogant. He only cupped his fists and didn't say anything. "Very well. I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. You're finally here." King calmly nodded, as if he was just being polite and didn't really care about them. He said lightly, "Take a rest tonight and report to Zhang Lai tomorrow. Join the ranks of the guards and listen to his orders." "Yes." The three of them cupped their fists. Princess said faintly, "Although Zhang Lai's martial arts is slightly inferior to yours, he is very experienced. He also knows the imperial residence and the fairy's capital like the back of his hand. You must not be arrogant. Ignore his words. Otherwise, if you commit a grave mistake, this king can only shed tears and behead you, showing no mercy. Don't blame me for not warning you." "Yes." The three of them solemnly cupped their fists. Although King looked sickly, his power was shocking. The three of them had profound cultivation levels, but if they really angered King, it would not end well for them. Moreover, they had something to ask of King waved his hand. He motioned for them to stand down. Meng Ji brought the three out of the study room and settled them down personally. He knew how important Wang Yi was to these three people. On the surface, Wang Yi seemed to be neglecting them, but he couldn't really be neglectful. "Royal Highness, can the three of them do it?" Xuanyu frowned and said, "They are all very young." Princess said faintly, "They are all rare geniuses. Since Royal Highness trusts us, then we can breathe a sigh of relief. We won't have to worry about Prince Chung causing trouble again." Song Luing nodded and said, "Royal Highness, but these three people don't look that easy to control." "It's fine." Princess smiled and said, "They yearn for glory and splendor. If I can give it to them, they will naturally listen to me." "All right." The two ladies no longer doubted, but in their hearts, they were skeptical. There were many people who could give them glory and splendor. Even the princes could do it. Why must they be loyal to Princeton? No matter how they thought about it, the head chief was still the most reliable. Unfortunately, the Royal Highness refused to use him because of old grudges. In the early morning, Chu brought Co. Shi back to Tianshu courtyard. After Co. Shi went back, she felt much more relaxed. She could go back any time, so she didn't miss home that much. Just as Chu left the house, Xue Ling followed him. Chu looked at her. Xue Ling licked her rosy lips. The two of them arrived at Chu Li's courtyard. Master, Princeton found 3 top-notch masters last night. Xue Ling said softly. Lu Xing, Xiang Feishue, Huiyu Hao, they're all young geniuses. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. Have you met them? Xue Ling shook her head. The 3 of them are used to deal with Prince Cheng, but I reckon that the first person to be dealt with is you, Master. Chu Li nodded. As expected, he found them. These 3 masters were recruited by Prince, and after paying a huge price. He promised them many benefits, and even used the secret antique study of the Imperial House as a price. It was all to deal with him. Yesterday, Su Ning wasn't around, so he saw what Princeton was thinking. Master, since Princeton is willing to find them, he must be confident. Xue Ling said softly. Master, you must be careful of these 3 fellows. Yes, I know. Chu Li smiled and nodded. You're progressing well to be able to get this information. Xue Ling pursed her lips and smiled. It's all thanks to you, Master. Chu Li was now highly respected in the imperial residence. The protectors, scribes, and maids were all grateful to him. If there was any information that was unfavorable to him, it would be immediately sent over. She didn't have to spend too much effort to extend her feelers to every corner of the imperial residence. As the 2 of them were talking, Chu Li frowned. Someone is coming. Let's go take a look. The 2 of them returned to Tianshu courtyard, and Xue Ling entered the house. Chu Li just sat by the stone table under the plum tree when Meng Ji brought 3 people over. Chu Li glanced at them. They were all unfamiliar faces. They should be the 3 young geniuses who just arrived. Greetings, head chief. Meng Ji closed fists, saluted, and smiled. Chu Li waved his hand. I'm no longer the head chief. What orders does the Royal Highness have for me? These 3 are the masters invited by the Royal Highness. Meng Ji smiled and said, the Royal Highness is worried about Princess Sio's safety, so he sent them over as protectors to ensure that nothing happens to Princess Sio. Chu Li nodded and said faintly, I thank the Royal Highness on behalf of the princess. The Royal Highness is considerate. These 3 are Lu Xing, Xiang Feishue, Huiyu Hao. Meng Ji introduced them respectively. They are all top-notch masters. Of course, they're still far from the head chief. Chu Li waved his hand. I don't deserve such praise. It's just some peasant skills. These 3 young heroes are all so imposing. I admit that I'm not as good as them. I heard that the head chief is a genius in martial arts. You're so young, but your cultivation level is so high. I'm Lu Xing. I'd like to experience the head chief's martial arts. The handsome Lu Xing stepped forward and closed fists, saluted as he said coldly. Chu Li smiled and looked at Meng Ji. This is the Royal Highness's intention, right? You don't trust these 3 young heroes and want to see their abilities first? Hee. Of course the Royal Highness trusts these 3 young heroes. But I'm afraid that the head chief won't be able to be trusted, Meng Ji said with a smile. Chu Li glanced at the 3 of them. They were all restless and eager to try. They knew that their target was Chu Li. As for the people from the imperial residence of King Cheng, it was secondary. Chapter 380. Chu Li sighed and said helplessly, I've already removed my position as head chief. Does the Royal Highness still not intend to let me go? Meng Ji put on a fake smile and said, Head chief, you are exaggerating. His Highness really wanted to let head chief see their martial arts, so that head chief can rest assured and hand Princess Io over to them. Then, head chief can also be free to do other things. Something else? Chu Li squinted his eyes and smiled. Your Royal Highness must be mistaken. I will stay by Mrs. side. How can I leave? If Xiao Wangfei's bodyguard is better than the chief steward, won't it be safer? Meng Ji chuckled. There's no need for the head chief to stay here. It just so happens that the imperial residence is short of manpower. If the head chief were to make a move, one of them would be equivalent to 3. Chu Li smiled. Your Royal Highness is really farsighted. This was a vicious move. Using the second young miss as a hostage, he was afraid that she would run away, forcing him to risk his life against these 3 people. His Royal Highness, has always been like this, planning before taking action and taking every possibility into account. Meng Ji cupped his fists towards the direction of the study room and said respectfully. Chu Li said, all right then. Since we can't avoid fighting, let's fight together. How arrogant! Lu Xing sneered. Let me test out head chief's abilities. Chu Li smiled and said, all right then. As long as you can take a punch from me, I'll consider it your victory. As soon as he finished speaking, he punched out lightly. As he spoke, spiritual energy from all directions surged towards them, but did not attract their attention. It flowed along the mental cultivation method of the scripture of duality, purified inner energy, and then activated the infinite azure sea, layer by layer. After 6 stacks, his meridians were swollen and painful, but he could still persevere to 7 stacks. The power of the 7th layer was almost twice that of the 6th layer. His meridians were on the verge of collapse. Just the slightest external force would cause his meridians to collapse in an instant. He had no other choice. He had to strike like a bolt of lightning to intimidate the 3 of them. He could only rely on his Qin Gong to engage in guerrilla warfare. Once he fell into a stalemate, his prestige would also be damaged. All right, then take a punch. Lu Xing smiled nonchalantly. His movement technique was extremely fast. His palm technique was also top-notch. He was confident that very few people would be able to withstand his palm strike. When he saw Chu Li's light punch coming at him, the warning in his heart rang, reminding him to dodge, but the blood in his bones turned into an impulse. Let him insist on not dodging. He circulated the inner force in his body and pushed his palm forward with all his might. Pop! It was like a pebble falling into a deep well. Lu Xing felt as if he had been hit by a galloping steed. His body flew out horizontally, as if there was a string pulling him from behind, and he crashed into the wall. Bang! The wall shook. Lu Xing hung on the wall like a painting and didn't slide down. Chu Li withdrew his fists into his long sleeves and smiled with his hands behind his back. You were too careless, weren't you? Lu Xing's expression was lifeless, as if he was frozen. He stuck to the wall motionlessly. Old Lu, the heroic Hui Yuhao, stepped forward and patted his face. Xiang Feishue waved his folding fan. He was smiling as if he did not see the punch. Lu Xing fiercely opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood towards Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao quickly dodged it. He was secretly glad that his body movement technique was fast. Otherwise, at such a close distance, with such a sudden attack, it would have been difficult to dodge. Are you all right? Hui Yuhao quickly asked. He knew that the head chief of the imperial residence had superb martial arts, and no one in the residence could compare to him. But seeing that he was about the same age as him, even if he had a fortuitous encounter like him, his cultivation level was deep, so the gap was not so big that Lu Xing couldn't even take one punch. On the way here, they were not convinced of each other's strength. They had already sparred many times. The 3 of them were almost on par with each other. Their light body technique was top-notch, their cultivation level was deep, and they were all rare geniuses. They originally thought that they were the only ones. Fortuitous encounters were fortuitous encounters after all. It was almost impossible to encounter them. They never thought that there would be 2 more, so they felt a sense of appreciation for each other. After Lu Xing spat out this mouthful of blood, his body went limp and slid down softly. Hui Yuhao quickly held him and let him stand firmly against the wall. At this time, he couldn't care less about his clothes. No, it's all right. Lu Xing smiled with difficulty. He looked at Chu Li with a serious expression. At first, he thought that it would be a piece of cake for the 3 of them to take care of a young man. He never thought that this fellow was so much stronger than him. With such a cultivation level, even the three of them together would not be able to win. Chu Li smiled and looked at Xiang Feishue. Master Xiang, do you want to spar? Xiang Feishue closed his fan and smiled confidently. Head Chief must have used some kind of secret technique to activate your potential, right? Chu Li said, against a master like Qin Kong, I'm afraid I would have to use a secret technique. Against people like you, he shook his head and smiled. Then let's spar later. No need, Xiang Feishue said. I heard that the head chief's light body technique is outstanding. I would like to experience it. Chu Li appeared behind him in a flash and put his hand on his shoulder. He smiled. Is that so? The hair on Xiang Feishue's body immediately stood up. He was very confident in his light body technique. Even if it wasn't the best in the world, it was still one of the best in the world. There were those who could be on par with him, but none could surpass him. Chu Li's move frightened him. He was not fast enough just now. He had already died once. Good, I admire you. Xiang Feishue closed fist saluted. I'm inferior. Meng Ji's face kept changing as he watched from aside. First it was Lu Xing, then it was Xiang Feishue. Both of them were beaten into submission. The remaining one, Hui Yuhao, obviously had no intention to spar. The three of them had similar cultivation levels. Chu Li turned his head and looked at Meng Ji. I would like to learn a thing or two from the deputy commander. He disappeared in a flash. Meng Ji quickly turned his body and struck out with his palm. However, he missed. He quickly waved his palm back, but still missed. When he heard the laughter and turned his head to look, Chu Li was still standing at the same spot as if he had never moved. Chu Li smiled. Deputy Commander, I'm just joking. Meng Ji's face was burning in pain as if he was slapped a few times. He clenched his teeth and stared at Chu Li. Head Chief is indeed capable. Chu Li appeared behind him in a flash and struck out with his palm energy. Arg! Meng Ji spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. The three of them did not help him up. They only looked at him with pity. Chu Li looked down at Meng Ji and smiled. Deputy Commander, even if you want to kill someone, don't be rude. Don't let others look down on our imperial residents. Am I right? Meng Ji closed fists saluted and tried to swallow the blood that was gushing up. He said with difficulty, Thank you for your teachings, Head Chief. I will never forget it. Chu Li nodded lightly and smiled. Good. It's best if you can remember it. If I let a person like you go out, it'll be a disgrace to His Royal Highness. Meng Ji clenched his teeth and did not say a word. Chu Li returned to the stone table in a flash and closed fist saluted. I won't bother the three of you. It's better for me to guard the lady myself. Commander Meng, please go back and thank His Royal Highness for his kindness. Yes, we'll take our leave. Meng Ji clenched his teeth and said slowly. Chu Li waved his hand. Forgive me for not seeing you off. Lu Xing and the other two left the Tianshu courtyard dejectedly. Once they were out of the courtyard, Meng Ji instantly fell limp and could no longer hold on. Hui Yuhao had no choice but to extend his other hand to help him up. His right hand was supporting Lu Xing and his left hand was supporting Meng Ji. Xiang Feishue was fanning himself with a cool smile. He had no intention of helping at all. Chapter 381. Xueling came out from the house and smiled. Master, are these the martial arts masters that Princeton found? Chu Li said, Don't underestimate them. They're really powerful. They can't even take one hit from you. Xueling said indifferently. Chu Li shook his head. This is my full strength. If they can block it, it'll be a tough fight. Looks like they're scared by you, Master. Xueling smiled. Chu Li said, The martial arts masters that Princeton found are really powerful. Master can finally have some peace and quiet. Let them deal with Prince Cheng's people, Xueling said, so that Princeton won't hate you for stealing the limelight. Chu Li nodded. The three of them and Meng Ji returned to their courtyard. Meng Ji sat by the stone table and spat out another mouthful of blood. Damn it, this Chu Li. Meng Ji's face turned pale as he snorted. He's worthy of his reputation. Xiang Feishue waved his fan and smiled. No wonder His Royal Highness is so afraid of him. The three of you together can't take care of him? Meng Ji scoffed. Xiang Feishue said. His light body technique is too good. It's useless even if we work together. Meng Ji scoffed. His weakness is Princess Xiao. Commander Meng, we dare not disrespect the princess. Xiang Feishue waved his fan and smiled. It's fine if it's someone else, but the princess is a taboo. His Royal Highness will hold a grudge too. The three of them shook their heads. This was a bad idea. Meng Ji was beaten senseless and was extremely angry. His Royal Highness might not care much about this Princess Xiao, Meng Ji scoffed. Whether he cares or not, she's still the princess. With this identity, we can't touch her. Xiang Feishue smiled and shook his head. Lu Xing and Hui Yuhao stared at Meng Ji in an unfriendly manner. It was obvious that he was using the three of them as a weapon and wanted to kill someone else. The three of them were his Royal Highness weapons, but not this Deputy Commander Meng's. It seemed like he did not understand this and still wanted to pester them. Xiang Feishue was a little impatient and felt that he was not being tactful. He smiled. Commander Meng, you should go back and treat your injuries first. Don't drag it too long. Sigh. Meng Ji shook his head and said, His Highness looked for the three of you to deal with Chu Li. Now that it's like this, I'm unable to give His Highness an explanation. The three of them looked at each other and frowned. This was a little troublesome. They had originally thought that it was a young man who was about the same age as them, and that his cultivation should not be as strong as the three of them. They did not expect him to be so powerful that they were actually unable to deal with him. Indeed, Princeton looked for them to deal with Chu Li. They had lost their value. Why don't we leave? Xiang Feishue said with a smile. However, he saw the clues. The three of them were now in high demand. Not only did they have to deal with Chu Li, they also had to deal with the threat of the imperial residence of King Cheng. The prince and the guards of the Prince Cheng's mansion were helpless when the people of the Prince Cheng's mansion came to fight. They placed all their hopes on the three of them. Chu Li had already killed two of the protectors of the imperial residence of King Cheng, which meant that they were not that strong. The three of them could handle them. Meng Ji gritted his teeth and scoffed. Forget it. Let's discuss this matter at length. He also understood the situation. Even if they could not defeat Chu Li, the three of them were still valuable and could not be let go. Commander Meng, you'd better go back and treat your injuries, Xiang Feishue said with a smile. All right, I'll go back first. Meng Ji asked for a snub and left resentfully. The three of them stared at his silhouette until he disappeared, then they shook their heads. The imperial residence was not as simple as it seemed. It was full of schemes. If the three of them could not stick together and keep their spirits up, they would be afraid of being swallowed. Meng Ji ate a few pills and went to Prince and study room. He reported this situation earlier. Hey, Chu Li. Princeton gritted his teeth. His face was solemn, as if he had finally made up his mind. He said faintly, although the three of them can't defeat Chu Li, they should be enough to deal with the imperial residence of King Cheng. Even if Chen Kong comes, he can handle it. Your Highness, are you going to let Chu Li go just like that? Meng Ji said unwillingly. He was heavily injured by Chu Li's palm, but that was nothing. What he hated the most was Chu Li's tone, which made him feel humiliated. Princeton looked at him faintly. Bear with it for now. There will be a chance to deal with him. Go. Yes. Meng Ji helplessly lowered his head and left. Song Luiying and Xuan Yu looked at each other. They did not know what to say to Princeton. Both of you leave first. I have something to say to the revered sir. Princeton turned his head and said to the two women, Your Royal Highness, don't tire yourself too much. Rest well and recover soon. Song Luiying said gently. Princeton nodded. After the two women left, Princeton looked at Suning. Suning pressed his palms together. Your Highness. Revered sir, it seems that I have no other choice, Princeton said faintly. Suning said, Your Highness, the Buddhist doctrines are all connected to the Western paradise. The most important wisdom that the revered one taught is to let go. Only by letting go can one be free. Your Highness, you should let go. Let go. Princeton laughed. Suning pressed his palms together. Princeton shook his head and said, If I let go, then I would be carefree and be a peaceful prince, but what's the point of living like that? I can obviously touch that position. I can step into the enlightened master's boundary. I am the only one. How can I let go? This is the source of your highness's worries, Su Ning sighed. Gratitude and grudges, love and hatred, are all for naught. To make the revered one give up on becoming a Buddha, can the revered one let go? Amipa. Su Ning shook his head and sighed. It seems that your highness has made up your mind. Yes, I can only do so. Princeton said faintly. Chuli has become my inner demon. If I can't even get rid of this inner demon, how can I talk about the great cause of the emperor and the empire? Amipa. Su Ning pressed his palms together and said no more. 4 grandmasters surrounded the imperial residence of Princeton. If anyone dared to come out, they would surround and kill them. 2 masters died. According to Prince Chung, he wanted to rush into the imperial residence of Prince and for revenge. However, Chun Kong stopped Prince Chung. This was too much. It was enough to surround the outside and make the people in the imperial residence of Prince anxious. The 4 of them were to kill the scribes and protectors of the imperial residence of Princeton. Anyone who dared to come out would be killed, regardless of their identity. At noon, the sun was shining brightly. The main door of the imperial residence of Prince and suddenly opened. A scribe walked out, followed by 3 young protectors. The eyes of the 4 grandmasters suddenly lit up. 4 of them. This time, they could kill to their heart's content, especially the 3 grandmasters behind. They became grandmasters at such a young age. If they could kill them, it would be the most satisfying. They hated these fellows who had fortuitous encounters and talents the most. God was too unfair, killing them every time they saw one. The 4 of them rushed towards the 4 people with surging killing intent. Suddenly, they were stunned. The 3 young protectors were nowhere to be seen. They suddenly disappeared. Not good. The hearts of the 4 of them sank. According to the warning signs, they rushed forward desperately to avoid the attack from behind. Lu Xing and the other 2 worked together to deal with one person. Although that person was alert and rushed forward desperately, his body movement technique was not as good as the 3 of them. They still caught up to him and hit him hard on the back. The combined attack of the 3 was enough to heavily injure him. The 3 of them joined forces to attack another person. Chapter 382. The 3 of them had their backs against each other like porcupines. Lu Xing and the other 2's plan to attack one person together was shattered. It was impossible to defeat them one by one, so they split up and took on one person each. These 3 grandmasters had high cultivation levels. Bang bang, waves of fist and palm energy surged. Outside the imperial residence, sand and pebbles flew everywhere. The surroundings were as quiet as midnight. There was no movement at all. The imperial residence was surrounded by a group of people, but no one dared to peek over the wall. Every move of a grandmaster was powerful. It was easy to be accidentally injured, so it was better not to look. Strangely, there were no grandmasters in this group, only some scribes and maids, and the protectors were also low-level protectors. Bang, 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 bang. In a continuous muffled sounds, Lu Xing and the other 2 had the upper hand. Their body technique was fast, their palm technique and fist technique were better. If it was not for the 3 from the imperial residence of King Chung, they would not have lasted more than a few moves. Once a grandmaster went all out, their power would be shocking. They could not go head-to-head. Lu Xing and the other 2 were determined. They did not want to fight with them, so they patiently entangled the 3. This was the imperial residence of King, and there were still grandmasters inside. There would be reinforcements at any time. There was no need to worry. As long as these 3 old men lost their drive, they would be at their mercy. There was no need to rush. With this thought in mind, they fought at a moderate pace, entangled them tightly, but did not fight them recklessly. The scene was in a stalemate. After fighting for 15 minutes, the 3 of them started to feel strange. Until now, there were no masters coming out from the imperial residence. The grandmasters did not seem to know what was happening outside. There was no movement at all. Their hearts sank. It seemed that the 3 of them had just arrived. They did not have any relationship with the others, these masters from the imperial residence of King, and were actually rejecting them. They did not want to help. Thinking about this, they were slightly angry. The three of them were young and full of vigor. They thought highly of themselves. They naturally thought that everyone revolved around them. This group of people actually went overboard. They must teach them a lesson. Hui Yuhao said coldly, Elder Lu, Elder Xiang, stop dawdling. Don't dilly-dally anymore. Finish the battle as soon as possible. All right. The two nodded. The three of them suddenly changed their fighting style. They rushed to attack. The power of the palm and fist surged, suppressing the three people of Prince Cheng's mansion to the point that they couldn't even lift their heads. The three men from Prince Cheng's mansion were experienced fighters. Even though they were at a disadvantage, they still held on tenaciously. Hey, you have some skills. Xiang Feishue laughed heartily. Disappearing from his original spot, he had gotten rid of his opponent and appeared behind Lu Xing's opponent. With a wave of his folding fan, the middle-aged man trembled and Lu Xing's palm force hit him. Bang! The middle-aged man was sent flying. In a flash, Xiang Feishue appeared in front of his original opponent and punched again. Out of the three, only two were left. Lu Xing faced Hui Yuhao's opponent and attacked together with Hui Yuhao. The middle-aged man who was fighting Hui Yuhao was in a precarious situation. Xiang Feishue repeated the same trick and disappeared in a flash. Shaking off his opponent once more, he appeared behind the middle-aged man and silently waved his folding fan. Bang! The middle-aged man was sent flying again. The three of them looked at the only old man. The old man's face was gloomy. He turned to leave, but was surrounded by the three of them. Bang, 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 bang. In the continuous muffled sounds, the three's palm force and fist force continuously hit the old man. The old man had blood at the corner of his mouth, but he continued to attack like a madman. Even if he died, he would drag someone down with him. Oomph! A cold snort was heard. Qin Kong's blue robe fluttered. He appeared behind the three of them like a ghost. The three of them were alarmed. They quickly retreated and rushed towards Qin Kong. Qin Kong appeared next to a middle-aged man in a flash. He took out a pill and popped it into his mouth. He then appeared next to another middle-aged man and popped another pill into his mouth. Lu Xing and the other two were gloomy. They did not expect this guy's light body technique to be so powerful. They saw Chu Li yesterday, and today there was another one. The fairy's capital was indeed full of hidden talents. Masters were everywhere. They were in high spirits and continued to rush towards Qin Kong. Qin Kong did not bother with them. He helped the other three up and let the only standing old man take them away. Lu Xing and the other two saw this and knew that if they wanted to fight Qin Kong, they had to deal with the old man. They rushed forward but saw Qin Kong suddenly appear behind Xiang Feishue and hit him with his palm. Xiang Feishue's light body technique was also top-notch. He moved quickly and immediately waved his folding fan to block the attack. Bam! Xiang Feishue was sent flying. Elder Xiang, Lu Xing, and Hui Yuhao attacked Qin Kong with all their might. Qin Kong's figure flashed again and escaped from the range of their attacks. He caught up with Xiang Feishue again and pressed his palm down. Xiang Feishue spat out a mouthful of blood. His body that was originally falling rose again like a puppet that was thrown into the sky. Lu Xing and Hui Yuhao attacked with all their might, but they could not stop Qin Kong from appearing behind Xiang Feishue again and press his palm down. Bam! A muffled sound was heard. Chu Li suddenly appeared in front of Qin Kong. The two of them retreated at the same time. The wind howled and sand and stones flew. Chu Li's white robe fluttered as he retreated. He caught Xiang Feishue in the air and sent in a wave of spiritual energy to stabilize his injuries. He then borrowed Xiang Feishue's strength to turn in the air and rushed towards Qin Kong again. Qin Kong rushed over too. Bam! The two's fist energy and palm energy collided again. It was like a muffled thunder. Good, Chu Li. This is more satisfying. Qin Kong laughed. These little fellas are still too inexperienced. Chu Li said, Senior Chun, let's go. We'll be back. Qin Kong laughed out loud. He saw that the elder had already disappeared with the three of them. He then fluttered away with ease. His voice floated in the air. Chu Li, unless you personally escort them, anyone that comes out will die. Chu Li scoffed and looked at Lu Xing and the other two. Lu Xing also looked at him, and closed fists saluted bitterly. The three of them felt awkward, but they knew that if he did not appear, the three of them might have died here. Those damn people from the imperial residence, especially Meng Ji, they did not save them, and even needed this opponent to save them. Chu nodded at the three of them and left in his white robe. The people who were watching the battle below were discussing. The head chief is too magnanimous. These three fellas are not good people. Just kill them. Sure. They belong to the imperial residence, after all. What's wrong with the imperial residence? That's enough. That mouth of yours is the most troublesome. The crowd dispersed. Chu did not care about their discussion. When he returned to Tianshu courtyard, he did not talk to Co Shi and stared at the cultivation courtyard. Prince An had already let the two princesses leave. With Su Ning supporting him, they slowly reached the cultivation courtyard. After entering the cultivation courtyard, Su Ning helped him into the 9 Dragons tripod cauldron. He then solemnly chanted the name of Buddha and slowly sat outside the 9 Dragons tripod cauldron. He sat cross-legged like an old monk meditating. He closed his eyes and slowly moved the Sarira beads in his hand. Prince An quietly sat in the 9 Dragons tripod cauldron. He did not move an inch, as if he was in a daze. Chu saw the expression on his face and knew that he was hesitating and struggling, as if he was facing a life or death decision. It was rare to see such hesitation on Prince An's face. Chu activated the omniscient mirror to its limit. Unfortunately, Su Ning was still there and could not see through Prince An's inner thoughts. King An heaved a sigh, his face showing a determined expression. He reached into his bosom and slowly took out a black stone. It was the size of a fist and looked like an inkstone. It was black and glowed faintly. He squeezed it hard and finally crushed the stone, revealing an even darker little stone. It was the size of a thumb and seemed to have formed in extreme darkness that absorbed all the light around it. Chapter 383. Chu Li's thoughts raced as he faced an important decision. Should he snatch the stone now, or let King An use it? Although he did not know how King An was going to use this stone, he could guess that King An was definitely going to use this stone at this time to increase his strength, so that his cultivation level would skyrocket and he would be able to kill him. Logically, he should not hesitate to snatch it and ruin King An's plan, nipping the danger in the bud. But on the other hand, looking at King An's struggle and hesitation, he knew that the stone was very dangerous. It could very possibly kill him. With such a vast and terrifying power, he might not be able to withstand it and explode to death. This was a good chance to get rid of King An. He did not have to do it himself. Even if the Emperor was an enlightened master, he would not be able to do anything. His previous plans were only to achieve this effect, to increase the possibility of him going mad and dying. He did not have the confidence to kill him. Now that there was another chance, should he try King An's luck? He immediately decided to snatch the stone. He realized that King An's luck was very good. He survived the danger last time. If he used the stone this time, he might not die and even improve his martial arts. Since King An was so ruthless, hesitant, and still wanted to use the stone, it meant that he would gain a huge amount of power and was confident that he could kill him. He did not want to wait until King An was strong enough to resist and escape the imperial residence with Co Shi. He had been staying in the imperial residence for a long time, planning and plotting. He wanted to use the imperial residence as an opportunity to get in touch with the opportunity to become an enlightened master and step into the enlightened master's boundary. Every emperor of the great Ji dynasty could become an enlightened master. There must be a secret behind it. If he could understand this secret, he would be able to reach the enlightened master's boundary. Once he left the imperial residence, he would lose the chance to explore this path. In a flash, he disappeared on the spot. Co Shi saw that he was absent-minded. She did not speak anymore. Looking at his solemn face and disappearing in a flash, she started to worry. Looks like something happened again. Chu Li appeared in his house and quickly changed into a blue shirt. After changing into the blue shirt, his appearance changed too. He then appeared outside the cultivation room. Then, he used imminent skyline. He appeared in the 9-dragon tripod cauldron. Kingen reached out his hand to hold the small black stone and slowly brought it into his mouth. His expression was determined. Chu Li's sudden appearance gave him a fright. The stone that was darker than ink trembled and was about to fall, but Chu Li held on tightly to it. Chu Li grabbed his wrist and squeezed it with a little force. Humph! Kingen snorted, his face turned pale. Chu Li's gentle squeeze almost broke his wrist. Naturally, his palm loosened. He reached out and caught the falling black stone. Chu Li disappeared in a flash. Ah! Kingen roared in rage. Su Ning opened his eyes and floated into the 9-dragons cauldron. He said in a low voice, "Your Highness, my heart of Azura." King En's expression was ferocious and terrifying. He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. "It's been stolen." Su Ning furrowed his brows and looked at King and Prince Anne's expression was ferocious. "I'm going to dismember him inch by inch. If I don't skin him alive, I'm not a man." "Your Highness!" Su Ning looked around. Did someone really come here? Am I dreaming? King shouted impatiently. Did the heart of Azura run away by itself? Su Ning furrowed his brows. "Your Highness, I've been guarding outside. I didn't see anyone. I believe that most people can't hide from me." "Then who could it be?" Kingen took a deep breath and suppressed his monstrous hatred and burning anger. He said slowly, "Could it be Chu Li?" Su Ning said, "Your Highness, did you see the person's face?" Kingen thought for a while. He scoffed. "He looks ordinary. I don't recognize him. It's not Chu Li." Su Ning pressed his palms together calmly. Without the heart technique, it's useless even if he obtained the heart of Azura. "Your Highness, you can slowly investigate. You'll find it eventually. Your Highness and the heart of Azura are fated. Don't worry. I'll definitely find it." Kingen gritted his teeth. "I'll let that guy know what it means to live a life worse than death." Su Ning said, "Your Highness, are you going to isolate yourself here to recuperate?" "Yes, it's here. Peace and quiet." Kingen said faintly, "Revered sir, please protect me." "Yes." Su Ning pressed his palms together and floated out of the 9-dragons tripod cauldron. He sat back on the cattail hassock. And fiddled with the Sorira prayer beads. He guessed that it was Chu Li. The only person who could hide from his senses was the person who wore the Sorira prayer beads. Chu Li and Princess Sio both wore the Sorira prayer beads. Princess Shui did not know martial arts, so it was impossible for her to come. Only Chu Li could. Thinking about this, he stopped thinking and once again cleared his mind to meditate. Chu Li returned to his house and changed into a white robe. He restored his appearance and looked down at the black stone in his hand. It was like a diamond. It was extremely hard. He tried to hold it, but he could not. It was shockingly black. It was darker than any black he had seen before. There was not a single ray of light that could penetrate it. It was as if it could swallow his gaze and his spirit. He held it in his hand. The small stone kept surging with energy. This energy was invading his body. It was a strange energy. It was unusually cold. It was like needles were pricking his body. His inner energy could not be dispelled. The heavenly demonic power leaped up and swallowed this energy. It suddenly expanded. This strange energy was so pure that it was almost tangible. It was a great supplement for the heavenly demonic energy. He let the heavenly demonic energy devour it. When he felt that the heavenly demonic energy could not take it anymore, he released his hand and put the stone on the table. He frowned and thought about how to deal with it. Such a strong force would attract too much attention. It was impossible for him to wear it. It would be too easy for King to find it. He thought about it and suddenly disappeared. He appeared outside the horse racing town and stepped into the formation. He buried the small black stone under a pine tree. He dusted his hands and got up to leave. With the suppression of the formation, even if others felt this surging energy, they would not be able to get close and find it. He suddenly frowned. He saw that the pine tree was turning yellow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chu Li subconsciously channeled the scripture of life and death. He moved the surrounding spiritual energy to the pine tree. he found that it was being eroded by a strange energy. It was dying quickly. With the help of the surging spiritual energy, it was still dying slowly. Chuli hurriedly dug out the small black stone. Only then did the pine tree slowly recover under the nourishment of the spiritual energy. After thinking about it, Chuli buried the stone under a boulder. There were no flowers or plants around. It would not be killed by it and change the formation. Chuli disappeared in a flash and returned to the imperial residence. King sat cross-legged in the Nine Dragons tripod cauldron. He formed a seal with his hands and began to visualize a huge figure in his mind. This figure was like a huge mountain. It stood majestically between heaven and earth. Its ugly body exuded the aura of death. Its appearance was ferocious and terrifying. Its facial features were almost indistinguishable. Its gaze was cold and ruthless. The breath it exhaled was sometimes like ice and sometimes like fire. King silently chanted an incantation. Slowly, an invisible force came from the void and fell on his body. Chapter 384. After Chu Li returned to the imperial residence, he was still using the omniscient mirror to observe King, and with Su Ning's protection, he could not see what was going on in Prince N's mind. However, he could see the shapeless energy coming from the void. It was the same energy that he had in the small black stone. It was as pure as water, as if he could touch it just by reaching out. He furrowed his brows. It seemed that snatching this small stone would not stop King N's cultivation. After a while, Prince N slowly let go of his hands and knocked on the Nine Dragons tripod cauldron. Su Ning helped him out of the Nine Dragon cauldron and sat him down on the cattail hassock at the side. "Your Highness, did your cultivation go smoothly?" Su Ning asked. Prince N was full of vigor and excitement. He smiled and said, "This Azura power technique truly lives up to its name as a divine technique. It is truly extraordinary." Su Ning sighed and said, "Your Highness really shouldn't cultivate this. It's fine." King and waved his hand. "It's not an evil technique, so there's nothing wrong with cultivating it. I can still afford the price. This Azura power art will cause your Highness's temperament to change. You need to recite the Dharma to dispel the evil in your heart." Su Ning said, "Without the support of the Dharma, the evil chi will grow stronger day by day, and he will become the master massacre, unable to control himself. Don't worry, revered sir, I know what I'm doing." King N smiled. How could Su Ning not see through his thoughts? Su Ning did not take his words to heart and was not concerned about the backlash from the Azura power technique. Although he had never cultivated the Azura power technique, he knew the taboo of cultivating it. However, he stepped into the mortal world and entered the imperial residence not to change anything, but to observe the state of the world, to see through people's hearts, and to see through the illusions of the world. Therefore, he would not change King N's mind. He would only watch from the side. Due to King N's inner demon, his obsession with power had already become a demon. He knew that he would not be able to persuade him, so he decided to just watch from the sidelines. He wanted to see if King N would become the emperor because of his obsession, or if he would end up with nothing in the end. Chuli came to Xiao Shi's house. When the lanterns were first lit, Xiao Shi was leaning on the couch, reading a book. The light reflected on her beautiful face, making her even more enchanting. Her face was like a spring flower, and her eyes were like water. Her gaze was captivating and captivating. "Do you know about the Azura lady?" Chuli sat in front of the bed and immersed himself in the faint fragrance. "Azura?" Xiao Shi smiled. Her fair hands gently put down the book and looked at him. "You're a Buddhist, but you don't know about Azura." Chuli asked, "Have you heard of the Azura power technique?" Xiao Shi frowned and muttered, "I think I've heard of it. It's quite an ancient inheritance. It should have been lost, right?" "Why was it lost?" Chuli asked. Although he could read more and read faster, he was not as good as Xiao Shi. She had been reading all day long, not only from the public house, but also from other places. The collection of books on the island of Symphony was almost comparable to the library, but Chuli did not manage to finish reading them due to time constraints. Xiao said, the Azura power technique was originally an inheritance of the Tempest Temple. Later on, the Tempest Temple realized that the cultivator's desire to kill was too strong, and the Dharma could not suppress it, so they sealed it. Don't let it spread to the world. If someone cultivates, will the Tempest Temple intervene? Chuli asked. Seosher thought about it and shook her head. Since it's sealed, how can it be circulated? The Great Thunderclap Monastery has strict rules and many experts. How could it be leaked? Chuli said, King is cultivating the Azura power technique. Seosher frowned, thought about it, and sighed. Then it could be from the secret storage of the Imperial House. The Imperial House has the martial arts of the Tempest Temple? Chuli asked. Seosher nodded lightly. The Tempest Temple and the Imperial House seem to be in harmony, but they've been fighting in the dark all this time to steal the Azura power technique from the Tempest Temple. Who knows? They might be able to do it. The Azura power technique. Chuli sighed. I have a bad feeling about this. The purity of the Azura power technique was even better than the Empyrean fairy power. It would become a more terrifying existence than Lu Yuro. Moreover, Azura was originally the enemy of the celestial beings. No one could beat their killing technique. Seosher frowned and asked, Then what should we do? Chuli said, Lie low for a while. Leave the Imperial House. Seosher asked, There has to be a reason, right? Isn't Master Xiao Taiying's wedding soon? Chuli said, You said to go back and take a look. I don't think King will say anything. He can't wait for us to leave and not disturb his cultivation. He shook his head and sighed again. Once King An's cultivation was successful, he would be the first to kill him. Chuli was the biggest demon in his heart. He would not let Seosher and the House of High Dukes go. He could hide for a while, but he could not hide forever. Master, is there any way to restrain the Azura power technique? Chuli asked. Seosher shook her head. Chuli frowned and pondered. The Azura power technique is very difficult to cultivate. Can he really cultivate it? Seosher said. It said that the pain is unbearable. It requires an extremely strong will. If you can't endure the pain, you will collapse and die. If he succeeds, the power will be shocking. Chuli nodded. If it really doesn't work, then hide in the Titanium Temple. Seosher smiled. We have some kinship with the Titanium Temple. They won't leave us in the lurch, right? She also felt that hiding in the House of High Dukes would be useless. Once King An cultivated the Azura power technique, he would definitely go to the House of High Dukes to find her. When that time comes, he would destroy the House of High Dukes. It was better not to go back. Chuli smiled bitterly. Ever since he cultivated the two divine powers, his grudge with the Titanium Temple was cleared. The Titanium Temple had no mercy to speak of. Forget it. After thinking about it, I'll just cultivate in isolation. Chuli pondered for a moment and said slowly. He had been hesitating. He did not want to cultivate the heavenly demonic power because he was worried that cultivating the heavenly demonic power technique would bring about some side effects. However, reality was forcing him to cultivate it. His situation was similar to King An's. He was also forced to cultivate the Azura power technique. Chuli was the same. Living in this world, one had no choice. Where are you going to cultivate in isolation? Seosher asked. Chuli said, near the horse racing town. There. Are you going to stay in the formation? Seosher asked. Chuli nodded. He did not know what would happen when he cultivated the heavenly demonic power. He did not want others to see it, nor did he want others to find out. If he stayed in the formation, even if there were any abnormalities, outsiders would not be able to see it. All right, I have the Sarira prayer beads. Seosher smiled. Moreover, there are so many masters guarding here. There's nothing to be afraid of, even if there are assassins. Chuli stood up. Then I'll leave now. Go, Seosher said. Don't rush. If it really doesn't work, gather all the masters of the High Duke's public house. I don't believe we can't kill him. Chuli smiled and disappeared in a flash. He felt that his heavenly demonic power might be able to restrain the Azura power technique. The aura of the small black stone could be devoured by the heavenly demonic energy. If that was the case, the inner energy of the Azura power technique would not harm him. The power of the Azura power technique might be in this inner energy. Pine trees would wither and die if they came into contact with it. It had the power to destroy everything. He had the protection of the heavenly demonic energy, so it was not a problem. His current mission was to upgrade the heavenly demonic power to another level, so that the devouring ability of the heavenly demonic energy would be stronger. He appeared in the formation outside the horse racing town and began to cultivate the heavenly demonic power. The cultivation of the heavenly demonic power relied on devouring and digesting. Devouring extremely pure inner energy, then circulating and digesting it, turning it into the heavenly demonic energy. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.